he's going to own this on a policy basis. I want to get Ben back up here because to what Brian's saying, there's been a lot of controversy about FEMA. A lot of controversy about is money ever held back for political reasons. They go to certain target areas for political reasons. But then it's just the competence and the efficiency. Ben, I want to, and President Trump said yesterday, he says, hey, look, I'm open to like maybe the state FEMAs, maybe we give the money there, maybe the closer to the action. Give Brian and the audience your take on what the folks in Carolina told you about FEMA, about its effectiveness, its efficiency, access to money, and quite frankly, their credibility. Ben Bergquam.
It's an inept and failed organization that should be disbanded. That's what FEMA is. They took our money, they took our tax dollars, they spent them on illegals, and when it came time to actually help the citizens of America, they showed up, they put up a few tents, they brought in some garbage trucks, and then they left. They did almost nothing for the community. They burn our tax dollars. They are a pathetic waste of government resources. And that's from the ground. That's the mindset on the ground. And Steve, go ahead.
Yeah, let me go to Brian for a second. So, Brian, there's two things that happen today, and let me walk the audience through when a president does one of these visits. You have a round table. You land and you meet dignitaries on the tarmac, people who are supporters on the tarmac. They normally have a MAGA crowd, maybe fence off a little bit to wave to the president. Sometimes he goes and works the line. Today, under the pressure of time, because he's got to do this and get to California still in daylight. But there's two things that traditionally we have a round table first, where you can see some officials, get kind of a briefing, but have some citizens, and then he'll actually go take a tour. Walk us, Brian, you're going to get today, I think, some blowback from local citizens and maybe local officials in both the round table and thing. They are, when we did the bend for 2 days there, they are furious at FEMA. They think FEMA's been irresponsible. They think they've been non-responsive. They've kind of blown them off. Brian Glenn.
You're right. We're going to hear that today, and and I want their voices to be heard. That's why we're here. You described it well. This is kind of a holding pen, if you will, for supporters inside these yellow gates here. I have been told that we will be. This is great. I didn't think we were going to get this close. We will walk under the wing on Air Force One, and as he is about to step off the plane, we'll have him coming down the stairs as well. Typically, I've had in the past, when I've had that position, I have had an opportunity to ask a question, get a comment, maybe say a quick hello. We'll see how that plays out. But he does have a very rushed day-to-day. Maybe we'll get something from the First Lady as well as she's joining him. But, this is going to be kind of a rapid-moving thing. So this is my type of television, Steve. I got to tell you, I got this business back in 1988, and I've done a variety of things. But this whole kind of run-and-gun, on-the-move live television is what I really, really enjoy, and there's no one doing it better, and no one to do it better with than doing it with President Trump. He's one of the best. He knows how to do it. He knows how to basically capture the excitement and the energy of it all. I mean, he knows how to put a show together. I'm only off camera right now because I want to make sure we have a good shot. Yeah. I'm only off camera right now because I want to make sure we have eyes to the sky. Yeah. Okay. I want to make sure we don't miss that landing. Luke's got his eyes to the sky as well.
We don't want to miss this. Yeah. We're tracking this.
And Steve?
President Trump's the best at this. Yeah. Go ahead, Ben. Ben Bergquam.
Yeah, it's just one other thing in regards to FEMA. This is why it's so important that groups get uplifted. The guys that are actually doing this, they don't only feel abandoned by FEMA, they feel abandoned by their own local government. They feel abandoned by the state and the local government. And a lot of these guys, like Tyler Burleson up there in Tennessee, he says their own community, the government that was supposed to be helping them, didn't do anything either. And so the message has got to be, we've got to get the funding down to the people. You want to talk about how to run and to do cleanup efficiently? You get it down to the guys that are on the ground. You don't send it to a big bureaucratic organization that works out of Washington, D.C., that has 14 levels of bureaucracy before the funds actually get down to do what needs to be done. You send it to the people on the ground. These guys are ready to go. They know what they need. They've got a checklist. They need 14 trailers in this location. They need meals for 130 people in this location. They need diapers for this family. They need sheets and blankets, and they They have the entire list of what they need. The last thing we need, though, is to pump more money into these government organizations that have no clue, and even when they do, they waste it.
Yeah. Let's go back to, let's get the shot
Excellent
back
point.
into, the thing. Ben's absolutely correct. I think, Brian, what we're talking about is subsidiarity. The president's going to think through with his team, because in what Doge is working on and what Russ Vogt, this all gets back to the deconstruction of the administrative state. Has FEMA become something that just gets in the way of local officials? Is it more efficient to get the money down as close as possible to where these disasters are? And can it be delivered efficiently? Have we just put in layer and layer of bureaucracy? It's one of the things that Elon's supposed to be working on. I think he is. It's one of the things Russ Vogt's going to be working on. And these are fundamental issues. That's why the president, and you're right, he's the master of kind of the show of how to bring people in, but he's a guy that wants to go and talk to people. He doesn't want to see a briefing book. He wants to go out in the field. He wants to look a guy in the eye and say, tell me what's going on. And then he wants to walk around see if what he just heard in the round table comports with what he's seeing on the ground. And people feel comfortable with the president to come up and say, hey, Mr. President, this is what's going on. Brian Glenn.
Yeah, he's the guy that goes to his construction site and talks to the guy laying concrete, talks to the guy that's unloading the truck for lumber. He goes down to that level to get their feedback and get to see if there's any problems, even from the lowest level all the way up. And so that's his approach here in North Carolina. He's going to talk to the people. He's going to find out their struggles and how they are making it day to day. And remember, this is a government, remind you, that keeps sending billions of dollars to Ukraine, the very day some of these storms have hit our coast, and we saw the devastation. Instead of going out and helping, they sent the billions to Ukraine. Now, I'll go back to Doge just for a second, and I think you're going to see some wonderful, exciting things out of that subcommittee. And so you're going to see perhaps FEMA once again, kind of under the microscope. But if you're going to talk about media, and I'm not going to say too much, but let's just say if there's any government-sponsored media, you might want to make sure that you're fair and balanced, because you'll be under review as well as like any other government agency that should be working directly for the people and not having any kind of political, dog in the hunt, if you will, on these things. And it's got to be for the people. And I'll say it again, America first goes across the board.
Yep. We're waiting for the president to come to, that's in Asheville, North Carolina. The airport, Brian Glenn, Real America's Voice, our both Capitol Hill and White House correspondent is there, awaiting the president. Very special coverage for Real America's Voice. They want to thank the comms teams over at the White House making this possible. Ben Berkrons's up in Chicago. Jack Posobiec's out at the Right to Life in the nation's capital, and Noor bin Laden is in Davos. We're going to try to get to all of them, but the priority is the forgotten man and woman is forgotten no more with President Trump. I think the book, if we can check it out with my crack staff here, I think the book was called In Search of Excellence. It was when Donald Trump was first coming onto the scene. It was written by a guy named Tom Peters, and he said the key there was management by wandering around. President Trump took that to heart. Brian, give us an update. What's going on here, sir? I see some activity.
Yes, sir. We've got the camera that we've been told to get in place. We're going to go ahead and walk forward. Well, this is happening as it unfolds. So I've been told I've got to kind of get the camera off from the security at this point, Steve. So you might want to maybe just bump out to Ben or someone just briefly as I get in place Secret Service protocol. Just give me a few minutes.
Back to the other shot. Yeah. Fine. Take your time. Okay. So we have Brian Glenn.
Hey, Steve. For
the first time, hang on, Ben. A streaming service has been invited to participate in this. This is not what they call a pull feed. This is Real America's Voice. Our own great Brian Glenn, right there. That's the camera shot. He's been told to get in place. We're going to make this up as we go along today, folks. It's going to be, I think, amazing. President Trump is going to North Carolina. The coverage that Ben Berkrons had for a couple of days last week, 10 days ago. Heart-rendering of folks, hardworking American citizens, taxpayers, really the backbone of our country, really what MAGA is about in the Appalachia section of Georgia, Western North Carolina, East Tennessee, and Virginia, had been forgotten by the Biden regime. And you couldn't take it any other way that it was kind of payback for supporting President Trump. Let me be brutally frank about it. And I think the people there felt the same way. They were out in not just sub-freezing, they were in 6, 7, 8 degrees at night, living in tents. FEMA had not delivered trailers. FEMA had not cleared the place. And these are people that are not just going to sit around and say, "Oh, you got to do everything for me." These are the kind of the salt of the earth folks that'll take action by themselves. Can we go ahead and let's put that other shot? Just do a 2-shot with me. Let's get everything we can on that shot. Just put it up right now. Split screen.
It's landing.
There we go.
Air Force One is landing.
Okay. If I got to direct, I'll direct too. Brian, can you hear me? Can you walk us through where you are?
Okay. Well, Air Force One, as you can hear it, has just landed here in Asheville, North Carolina, at the regional airport. Let me step aside. What a good-looking shot that is. Just shows just the majestic-like appearance of Air Force One. He's going to taxi around here, Steve. We've got this rolling stairs behind me. We're going to pull up. You can also see the Secret Service cars chasing Air Force One as they land down the runway. He's going to stop, make a U-turn, Steve, come back here. The stairs will pick him up. That's where our cameras will be, right there underneath the stairs to get the president to step off Air Force One. But I'm going to let this play out, Steve, and let you guys comment on it as well as we kind of get in place. I'll try to hold the picture up for you, but we'll just keep an eye on what the timing of all this looks like.
Brian, your priority is obviously get the best shot and get up there as close as the Secret Service allows you. They've allowed Real America's Voice special coverage today. This is not a pool feed. This is Real America's Voice has been invited by the White House communications team because of the years that Brian and of course Robin Parker Sig have put to covering the rallies, covering the real story of the president and seeing it live. So Brian Glenn's there today, and we'll be with the president in the motorcade. We'll be with the president at the round table, hopefully get inside, be at the president when he does the walk and talk. It's so symbolic. What you're saying is the president of the United States, everything about in the White House and what the president does every minute of the day is looked at as what's most effective and most efficient for the president to get his job done. Remember, he's got 3. He's the chief executive officer of the United States government. He's also commander-in-chief of the uniformed services, the armed services, and he's the chief magistrate and chief law enforcement officer in the country. So every minute of every day is very, very important to either brief him or have him do action. You've seen in the last 24 hours, he decided to go to Davos by video and make just an incredible speech. Tom Fennell last night said amazing. It's just like the Evil Empire speech of President Reagan in 1983. He did that so today he could come to North Carolina and see the forgotten man and woman that the Biden regime, the global elitists, really kind of mocked and ridiculed by withholding FEMA aid and FEMA folks. Now, part of that might have been the incompetence of FEMA, but I think as we'll investigate in the days and weeks ahead, I think a lot of it was just complete malfeasance. President Trump, there's Air Force One. It's really Air Force One, if you've been inside, is essentially a military command center in the air. It is not the most comfortable place in the world. President's got an office, small office. They have a bedroom up front. He's got a conference room that you can bring executives in. There's a small thing for the staff. Brian Glenn, our reporter, is on the tarmac. He's going to hopefully get kind of special access there. President Trump's probably going to see some. Brian's ready. Brian, let's go. Yeah, hang on.
I can hear you.
Brian, you can hear me. Put us on the tarmac, sir.
All right. Well, here we are. Air Force One just came to a stop. They're putting the blocks underneath the planes, underneath the wheels, which makes me think this is exactly the spot he is going to walk out. Behind me is some stairs. They're going to roll those stairs up. I would imagine he's going to get off, Steve, near the front. The back typically is where a lot of the other staff will get off the plane. So we're going to probably focus whenever he does get off here in the front. And hopefully, perhaps we'll have something a comment from the president. But this is here we go. We got the steps moving in real quickly, Steve. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, Brian, the front of the plane is always reserved. The steps at the front is reserved for the President of the United States and the First Lady. The rest of the crew, the Secret Service, his White House staff, and the reporters who are all in the back will come out the back steps. And traditionally, the front steps is only for the Commander-in-Chief and the First Lady. So let's you try to get position as well as possible. This is all live. The airport in Asheville, North Carolina, the President of the United States, 47th President, has arrived to see the forgotten man and woman of this horrible hurricane that has not been addressed. Brian Glenn's getting under the wing there of Air Force One. Folks, I can tell you, this is extraordinary. Go ahead, sir.
Well, I'm just going to say we're technically underneath the wing. Let's go over here. I'm just trying to take direction from the Trump leads here. What we're doing, we're walking underneath the wing of Air Force One to get. Okay, we've been told to hold here in this area. Okay, right here. I've got a couple of people telling me different things. I want to make sure that we. Okay.
Stay right here. Don't move.
Okay, there we go. Steve, you heard it. Stay right here. Don't move. Lukey, make sure you got a clean shot of him stepping off. I love it at this point. It's kind of organized chaos, and I absolutely embrace this type of environment. So does Ben Burkwan, but we're going to make sure we get up front here. Let's make sure we don't have any obstructive view of him getting off, and we'll see how this plays out, Steve. But hey, this is one mighty plane, as you described it. A lot of the press, the photographers that are actually embedded with President Trump are also exiting the plane right now, as well as staffers and members of the military, Secret Service, special assistants to the presidents are all on this plane. So I see Caroline Leavitt just got off as well, but we should be moments away. And like I said, to kind of recap to our viewers here, when he does get off the plane, he will get in the motorcade. We will join President Trump in that motorcade going to location number 1. I don't have a total run time on how long he'll actually be at that location.
Yep.
But then after that, we'll get back in the motorcade, go to location number 2, and cover that as well, Steve. But we're live here on Real America's Voice. We certainly appreciate you watching. Go ahead.
Yeah. So when Brian says people are getting off, don't turn the camera, but there is a door to the rear, and that's where the staff comes off. That's where the Secret Service comes off. That's where the media. There's tons of media. I think there's always 40 or 50 in a pool that travels with the president. Both foreign press and domestic press, all the big outlets have reporters that do nothing but travel with the president. They rotate through. They all come off first. They're on the tarmac right in back of Brian. This door to Air Force One is reserved for the Commander-in-Chief and the First Lady to always, and sometimes they'll let maybe family members of people come with them, but we're at Asheville, North Carolina, on the tarmac. Brian Glenn is about as close as you can get. Don't get sucked up in that jet engine right there, Brian. He's about as close as I've ever seen a camera crew there, so really want to thank the White House communications team. Brian, put us there, but right there, they're kind of getting ready for the president to come out.
I just stepped away from the camera for just 10 seconds, hugged Caroline Leavitt, and personally said thank you for this opportunity to do this. And then, like you said earlier, I mean, the Trump team, it's a new era in as far as the media culture and how they cover a president, and we're very appreciative of this opportunity. But yeah, right, I could walk over there and put my hands on the engine, which is almost unheard of in this situation. But this is, we're probably a good maybe 20 yards away from the ramp where the president will step out, and there are a couple hundred supporters that are back where we were before. Go ahead, Steve.
Yeah. Caroline Leavitt saw the power of the streaming services years ago. As a young woman, she ran in a tough primary. We covered it all the time. The audience got to know her. The Warren Posse fell in love with her as a tough, no-nonsense young person. So she's seen the power of the streaming services and the podcasts and particularly Real America's Voice. Okay, back to you, Brian. What do we got?
No, good point. Take it. I love that. I love that you pointed that out. I can't see because of the glare. Probably a few more of the administrative staff support coming off right now, and they've got about a total of a dozen vehicles, Steve, that they will get in. Obviously, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of the kind of the black Suburbans. I would call them the Beast. 6 of those vehicles out here. The rest would be kind of an Econoline van that the administration will get in as well. But I mean, any moment here, and this is historic, like you said. This is his first trip. For the people,
the process they're going through right now. The Secret Service comes out and makes sure that the area is secure. They're dealing behind the scenes right now to make sure that this area is secure. The president is always there. Normally, maybe he'll make a phone call or two, keep in touch with people, and when they're ready, everybody take a deep breath. Let's get the show rolling. But the first thing is get the motorcade up there, but to make sure that the Secret Service, you got the snipers off to the side, that the Secret Service can basically give an all clear. This thing is secure, and that normally takes a couple of minutes to go through. Brian Glenn, right there we're seeing up at the door of the president, Air Force One. His first trip, historic in Real America's Voice, Brian Glenn. The War Room all invited to have special coverage, Brian Glenn.
Yeah, thank you, Steve. And I'm also say this. I know the local news stations, I was watching them this morning in the hotel, and they were kind of giving traffic updates, knowing that there'd be, somewhat of a massive road closure as the president makes his way around this part of western North Carolina. And that is something to point out. So if you're watching us from this area, we're glad to have you. You might want to stay off the roads, because I would imagine as he navigates all of these kind of back roads to get to some of these places, you will see some traffic and traffic delays. But why not sit back and relax in your 72-degree living room, and while I stand out here in about 21-degree temperature and deliver it to you. But it is. But I will tell you,
is Brian Glenn whining? I got Brian Glenn whining already. God, that seemed to hit sig up for a pay raise. I want to make a comment. Wait for the president. We're monitoring all the mainstream media here in the mobile war room. MSNBC and NBC News is over waiting at the briefing for where the round table is going to be. Brian Glenn, you're there with the action right now, about to get in the motorcade, and they put NBC News and MSNBC is waiting at the first briefing spot. I think it's incredibly symbolic that the White House communications team has allowed the streaming services and the podcast to have kind of the front row seat today, Brian Glenn.
It is, and we'll see what their coverage is at these actual areas where you might hear more of the people on the ground talk about how that they have still waiting for the government to help them. So maybe they want. Here we go. Let's just let this play out. President Trump and First Lady stepping off Air Force One here in Asheville, North Carolina. Let's listen in.
The president normally meeting some, Yeah,
I was just going to say,
local officials.
Some of the local officials here.
Yeah.
As he steps off, obviously, that's typically what he does. He'll greet the ones here on the ground. The lady, I would imagine these individuals will be meeting him at this first stop.
Yeah.
Just only imagine that. But this is typical, and we'll see.
I want to observe that. I want to observe that the First Lady is stylish as ever. So stylish from the inauguration with the hat, and just so elegant. And then that night, the ball. But look at this. She's getting ready to go tour a disaster area, and, with her Parker on, etc. Once again, stealing the show, as she is wont to do. The president there talking to the local officials, getting a quick brief. Getting a quick brief before he will get in the he'll get in the motorcade right there, and they will go to this. They will go to the first thing will be the round table. Correct, Brian?
That is correct. A round table of sorts, I think, where they're going to meet with some local officials here in the area, probably hear from people who live here in this area as well. But then he'll go over to actually see some of the devastation that we have seen play out across our TV screens after September 27th, when this storm just came through this area and dumped biblical proportions of rain and really literally washed away towns right in front of our eyes. And Ben Borkom has said earlier, you can still go to some of these places and have 8 feet of mud inside a business, inside a home. I don't know how they simply ever rebuild, but this is the priority of this president right now. It is helping the American people. It is listening to what they want and what they need at this desperate time. And of course, when he wraps it up here in North Carolina, he'll head over west to go to Pacific's Palisades and tour the disaster there that we all know a lot of it has been through failed policies that have allowed these fires to burn like they have. But look, all politics aside, this president is for the American people, and you're seeing it right now in display here in North Carolina, Steve.
Well, he's for. I believe that's Governor Stein, the new governor of North Carolina. I think to the far right. I think it's Governor Stein talking to the president right now. President will meet whoever the senior officials are. Obviously, this afternoon with Newsom, going to be a little controversial, but North Carolina is a Trump country. Although President Trump won heartily, the rest of the ticket was run by Democrats, and Governor Stein is the new Democratic governor. I believe that's Governor Stein right there, talking to the president with other local officials. The president always comes down and wants to get a quick brief, find out what's going on, let people speak their piece. He'll view it, like I said, management by walking around. President Trump is a specialist in, you see right there, kind of animated, talking about what's going on, hearing back. He's going to be very engaged in all this. He's hands-on. He'll wander around, that classic management by wandering around.
Looks like he's walking over
right here. Brian, turn it back over to you.
Here we go. All right, let's see if we can't get a few minutes with him. I'll put the microphones out, and let's listen in with President Trump.
Well, thank you very much. Everybody thought I was going to California. I said, no, I'm stopping in North Carolina first because they've been abused by what's happened. I mean, it's terrible. It should have been done. It should have been, a lot of things should have happened that didn't happen. So we're here. We're going to fix it out. We're working with the gentleman behind me, and you know who they are, and we're going to fix it. And we're going to fix it as fast as you can. It's a massive amount of damage. FEMA has really let us down, let the country down, and I don't know if that's Biden's fault or whose fault it is, but we're going to take over and we're going to do a good job. We're going to assign Mr. Whatley, who's fantastic, frankly, and the governor and everybody else that's going to work. We're going to supply the money, supply a lot of the money. Maybe you have to chip in something. You'll chip in a little something, like maybe 25% or whatever. But we're going to get it done as quickly as we can. And we want to take care of the people of North Carolina. It's so interesting. Everybody's talking about California, and that's a mess. But I said, I'm not going to California until I stop in North Carolina. So here we are. We're going to go visit the site, and we're going to work with probably 3 of the congressmen, Republican congressmen, who've been fantastic, whose areas have been affected, and with Michael Whatley, the governor, and whoever else is, we decide to get involved. Probably less FEMA, because FEMA just hasn't done the job. And we're looking at the whole concept of FEMA. I like, frankly, the concept when North Carolina gets hit, the governor takes care of it. When Florida gets hit, the governor takes care of it, meaning the state takes care of it. To have a group of people come in from an area that don't even know where they're going in order to solve immediately a problem is something that never worked for me. But this is probably one of the best examples of it not working. And there's been some others, like in Louisiana, etc. So we're going to be doing something on FEMA that I think most people agree. I'd like to see the states take care of disasters. Let the state take care of the tornadoes and the hurricanes and all of the other things that happen. And I think you're going to find it a lot less expensive. You'll do it for less than half, and you're going to get a lot quicker response. So that seems to be the recommendation, but we'll be making that recommendation over the next couple of weeks. We're going to go to the site now, and we're going to figure out a plan for really demolition and cleaning, because not a lot's been done, and we're very disappointed in the Biden administration, but we're going to make up for lost time. And I said I'd do that, and this is about the earliest we could possibly be here, and we're honored to be here. This has been a great state. They're great people, and they've really been mishandled. But this group is going to be great, and we're going to get it taken care of. Any questions?
How will you make those changes to FEMA? Do you expect to ask Congress for additional aid for North Carolina and California?
Correct. In other words, the aid will go through us. So rather than going through FEMA, it will go through us. And I think maybe this is a good place to start. Because, and in all fairness to the governor, in all fairness to everybody else, FEMA was not on the ball. And we're going to turn it all around. Yes.
A lot of Americans think that this is symbolic of what your campaign was all about. America first, putting your priorities to Americans, even going to California where their policies might have been one of the biggest reasons why they've had these problems, but you're putting the American people first. Your thoughts on that?
We are. Thank you. I like that question. Boy, I want more questions like that. That's even a statement. Thank you very much. He's a good man, that guy. And he's also a very professional reporter, I have to say. Thank you very much. Yeah, we're putting America first. We're putting, in this case, North Carolina and California. We're going to do a good job in California. That is a disaster like, I don't know if we've ever seen anything like it, frankly. They say the biggest in the history of California. I think, has anything bigger than that happened in the whole country ever? It looks like, I don't want to say what it looks like, but you know what I'm going to say. It looks like something hit it. And we won't talk about what hit it, but it is a bad, bad situation. And I guess I'm going to meet with some government officials, but I mean, much more importantly, and in California, just to revert to it for a second, millions of gallons of water are waiting to be poured down through already the half pipes that are already built. I mean, they've been up for 40 years, and about 20 years ago, they turned off the water. And it's the water that comes from the Pacific Northwest. Some of it comes out of Canada, and it flows there, and it probably has flowed there for 1 million years. And they turned it off, and they routed out to the Pacific. And in the meantime, you don't have water in the hydrants. You don't have water in the sprinkler systems. It's the craziest thing I've ever seen. And everyone's trying to figure out, why aren't they turning it back? They say it's the Delta smelt. It's a fish. But I find that hard to believe. But
Mr. President, what are you prepared to do?
And without doing that, you're going to continue to have problems.
Mr. President, what are you prepared to do, sir, if OPEC doesn't respond to your call to cut oil prices?
Well, we want to see OPEC cut the price of oil, and that will automatically stop the tragedy that's taking place in Ukraine. It's a butchering tragedy for both sides, by the way. A tremendous number of Russian soldiers are dead. Tremendous number of Ukrainian soldiers, and a lot of people are dead from the bombing of the cities. But right now it's just bullets whacking and hitting men, mostly men, almost in all cases men. And over 1 million men are killed, and they're losing thousands of people a week. It's crazy. It's a crazy war. And it never would have happened if I was president. Would never have happened. This is crazy that it happened, but we want to stop it. Now, one way to stop it quickly is for OPEC to stop making so much money and to drop the price of oil, because they have it nice and high. And if you have it high, that war's not going to end so easily. So OPEC ought to get on the ball, and they ought to drop the price of oil, and that war will stop right away.
Mr. President, hold funding to Los Angeles because of its sanctuary city policy?
I want to see two things in Los Angeles: voter ID, so that the people have a chance to vote, and I want to see the water be released and come down into Los Angeles and throughout the state. Those are the two things. After that, I will be the greatest president that California has ever seen. I want the water to come down and come down to Los Angeles, and also go out to all the farmland that's barren and dry. You know, they have land that they say is the equivalent of the land in Iowa, which is about as good as there is anywhere on earth. The problem is it's artificial, because they artificially stop the water from going onto the land. So I want two things. I want voter ID for the people of California, and they all want it. Right now, you don't have voter ID. People want to have voter identification. You want to have proof of citizenship. Ideally, you have one-day voting, but I just want voter ID as a start, and I want the water to be released, and they're going to get a lot of help from the U.S. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President.
We'll see you at the site.
Thank you. See you at the site.
See you at the site.
Can you tell us more about the deportation flights? Where are they going from?
Well, deportation's going very well. We're getting the bad, hard criminals out. These are murderers. These are people that have been as bad as you get, as bad as anybody you've seen. We're taking them out first. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, press. Move through the grass. Through the grass.
Okay, Steve, we're gonna transition over to the grass to get in our press van. So bear with us. You might have a little bit of a shaky camera. And the president, taking some questions as we thought he would take. Wide variety of topics, Steve. Everything from what's going on here in North Carolina to what's happening in California. And obviously, a little bit about the immigration as well. OPEC making its top. We're going to run a little bit, Steve. We've been told to pick up the pace here. This is happening live. This is what it is, Steve. This is what it's like to be on the ground. And this is something that, like we said earlier, unprecedented coverage.
Okay, Brian, we're going to come right back to you in the motorcade. If we can get an overall shot of just the of where President Trump is in the motorcade, can we take the feed from that? If not, that's fine. Real America's Voice live coverage. We're going to be in the press pool with our own camera, not taking a press feed. They're going to be in the motorcade, and then Brian will be actually with the president. I got to tell you, Brian asked a fantastic question. It was just absolutely right on dead spot. And here's what I love about the president. He took these are called press avails, when the president would just come up and there's nothing been preset. It's not a press conference. Let's go back and let's get that footage. Let's get the footage from Brian if we just cut in. But there we go, right there. Brian Glenn and the press getting ready to jump in into the motorcade, follow the president. And like I said, there's restrictions on once you're in the motorcade, they don't want you putting the camera out, and it's normally straight ahead. Down back where they came from, you can see right there, the plane, that's Air Force One, that's the motorcade president's just gotten in. Looked like the Governor Stein, Michael Whatley's head of the RNC. Michael Whatley was head of the North Carolina GOP. That's why Michael's there. He knows this area cold. They're going to be congressmen, local Republican congressmen when the president gets there. The press avails. Let's talk about it. President did too. Walked out this morning out of the White House, answers a bunch of questions on all topics. He'll take all comers right there. Took questions on OPEC, which is tied to this, the price of oil's tied to his strategy for getting out of Ukraine. Talked about the deportations. President take any question. I think Brian Glenn's question, greatly appreciated by the president, because it's not, he's not trying to be snarky. As President Trump's a wise guy. You have a lot of these press folks just want to be wise guys. They want to ask a edgy, cheap shot question and try to get some reaction out of the president, or try to get something they can put in a clip and have 30 seconds on Reach 'em Out. The president he'll take any question you got, and he'll give you a well thought through answer. But he does not appreciate wise guys, and you can see him all the time. And the questions are all snarky and all trying to put somebody on their back heel. It's very tough to put President Trump on his back heel. Okay, motorcade is leaving. Right there, you see the main part of it. That is what we call the Beast and the main, and those are all heavily armored SUVs or equipment, what we call it. Now you see the antennas up on some of those SUVs. That's because they have special anti-drone technology associated with it. And this is the press right there. Brian Glenn will be getting into in a moment. His mic will be cut back on. Okay, here's what we know: the President of the United States has landed. The President of the United States has landed in Western North Carolina at Asheville, North Carolina. He is currently, after making a statement and taking a few questions on this trip today to put America first and show America citizens that they are first. Most importantly, the forgotten men and women. And here's what's interesting. The failure of FEMA under the Biden regime has been felt by hardworking American citizens in Appalachia, that part of Georgia, Western North Carolina, East Tennessee, and Virginia. That's one of the backbones and real heartlands of this country. It cannot be anything but done on purpose. Even FEMA's not that incompetent. But the president's come up as the motorcade starts to leave and goes to the first. It will be a round table where he'll actually meet officials, maybe some local folks, have a chance to ask some questions. He's very upset, obviously, with FEMA, the structure of FEMA. He said right there he would rather have the money go directly to governors, give it right to the governor of North Carolina to handle this situation. That'd be Governor Stein, a Democrat who just won an election, or give it to Governor DeSantis if it's a hurricane in Florida, but just kind of cut out the middleman. Really, what's the function of FEMA? In addition, I think he compared and contrasted really yesterday's Davos to coming here, and he said his first trip he wanted to go and make sure he emphasized that it's America first. There's the president again. Let's go ahead. Let's go right to it.
Steve, let's go listen in on this. Just listen in.
William, shake his
We're
hand.
here to get a hurricane mess all set, okay? It should have been done a long time ago.
Thanks for solving that problem.
Thank you.
Oh my God. Melania, you look beautiful.
Thank you.
You're a beautiful first lady.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that.
I'm just trying to get a picture of you.
Yes.
I'm shaking. Did you shake hands with him? I wish I could have recorded it. You guys should have got pictures for me. You shook Trump's hand. He did too.
President Trump having a moment with a couple fans here. I just saw a mom and her young son have a nice moment because he shook hands with the president, and he obviously was very excited about that. And just a moment, and just the admiration, Steve, that people have for First Lady Melania, just how graceful she is, how beautiful and poised she is, what a classy woman, and a lot of fans here for First Lady Melania as well, obviously with President Trump. But just a special moment.
Let's see if we can get the audio feed. Secret Service hates this. This is called the rope line. This will be local supporters. Look how deep it is. They will let people there, all pre-screened. Secret Service normally wants to go to the event. President Trump traditionally says, stop, I want to go and see my people. That's what he's doing right now. He's meeting and greeting. These are average Americans. This is the common man and woman that is the backbone of the MAGA movement. This is you, this audience in that crowd right there. Let's try to listen to President Trump. Can we hear it?
He's a little ways from us, Steve. I don't think I have any audio in that direction. But as he walks back over here, maybe we will. But right now, he's just a little too far from our microphones right now.
So the Secret Service traditionally is they're not fans. Even though these people have been screened beforehand, the Secret Service doesn't like these impromptu, in the moment kind of walk around. So President traditionally, if he sees a group of his supporters that have been brought out to the tarmac, he will traditionally say, hey guys, pull over, I want to go over and see my people. And this is where Trump's the best right here.
Yeah, this is his element. This is what he thrives in. This is why he won. To be honest with you, he connected with the American people, not only on a policy level, but on a personal level, and he can identify with everyone. He's having a moment right now with a gentleman. I can't hear it from this distance. They're probably about 15 yards away from us at this point. But this is why he won, and obviously he is going to meet just about every single person here. He is saying hi to for the most part, and just a beautiful moment here played out on the runway. Now the majority of the cars have already left, so the few heavily armored secure cars that the President Trump will get into are here. So he's just going to step in these two vehicles.
But here's the key. Yeah, but here's the key, Brian. Here's the key to that he'll just tell the Secret Service, he'll just tell the driver, hey, I want to pull over and let's just head left. Of course, Cassie Hutchinson accused him of grabbing the wheel, and like he says, it's an armor. There's glass, there's plexiglass between it. It's ridiculous. It's absurd. But President Trump will tell the Secret Service, "Hey guys, I want to go over and see my people," and the main car and a couple of other support cars will pull over, and Trump will be in the crowd. Now, this drives the Secret Service crazy. They don't like this, even though these people have been pre-screened and obviously gone through. But it's an impromptu, non-scheduled event, and obviously also for the timing of the day. Remember, he's still got to get to Los Angeles, and you want to do that during as much daylight hours as possible. So for the staff, I can tell you, people right now are working their phones, telling people in L.A., hey, look, this is going to take a little longer. I know the president's going to ask a bunch of questions. So he's on the tarmac with his fans. He's going to go to a round table where he hears from officials, maybe some other people. Then he'll actually go to one of the sites. So, and it's already 11:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. That's 8:30 on the Pacific Coast. President Trump will be here at least another hour or two. Real America's Voice coverage is going to go right through the Charlie Kirk Show, Jack Posobiec, all of it. Because this is, this is important. It's the president's first trip. He's sending a statement by being here. He's saying, hey, I didn't go to Davos. I phoned it in. I gave him video because I read him the Riot Act, and they can just take my words as they take them. But I want to spend my time with my people. And he's going to North Carolina. And I think it's extraordinary. The heart-rendering stories, Brian, that Ben Berquam and the team last week or 10 days ago got were heart-wrenching. Right, absolutely heart-wrenching. And you see the connection President Trump has. I mean, how many politicians have we ever had in the history of this country that have such a direct and powerful connection to the American people? Right there, that's the little guy. There are no swells in that crowd. That's not people that can pay for the big tables or write big checks. These are people. This is the War Room Posse right there, Brian Glenn.
Yeah. These are the small donors. These are the millions of small donors that sent that $25 donation into the president. Here we are. Let's listen. He's starting to make his way back this way. But this is the grassroots effort. This is the War Room Posse. This is the people that said we've had enough of what's going on in this country, and we want you in office. And he's still, every time you think he's going to walk this way, he stops Steve and talks to somebody else, and that's just who he is. He is not going to leave this area without making everyone here feel extra special, and that he took the time to say hello, and that's why his favorability.
As much as he loves the rallies, he loves it. As much as he loves the rallies, he loves us even more. He's in direct contact with his greatest supporters, right? This is not the tech billionaires. This is not the Wall Street guys. This is not. There he is right there. Let's try to listen to him.
Okay, we've been told we've got a break. We're going to run a little bit, Steve. We've got to run to one of the press vans here. I said, if you can still hear me audio right now, we're going to have tail light shot for a while, and then we're going to break it down, and we'll pop back up whenever we get to the first location. Just so you know, we'll be back live on the ground here in North Carolina, Steve.
Okay, Brian, we'll get in the vehicle and get set up. Now you see one of the many reasons I'm not in the field today. I don't know if I can make that. I don't know if I can make that sprint. My producer Harry might be able to make it, but I don't know if I could. Harry could be carrying that camera right next to it. I might be a little winded. Okay, we are in Western North Carolina. The President of the United States on his first trip has gone to see his people. He is in Western North Carolina. He's landed at the Asheville airport. Few comments. He met officials, the governor and Michael Whatley. They had the RNC. Looked like another local official, I'm sure, tied to the disaster relief. Governor Stein looked like he was there. First ladies with the president. They came and asked a few questions and came to the tarmac once again and took questions from the press, as he did at the White House today. And these questions go everywhere from the Ukraine war and OPEC prices. It might be pretty interesting. The Financial Times of London had that as their lead today, that President Trump demands that OPEC cut oil prices as part of his grand strategy to end the Ukraine war, and also that the Federal Reserve and central banks cut their interest rates. Why is he on OPEC to cut prices? He's on OPEC to cut prices. This is how we brought down the Soviet Union in the Cold War. President Reagan basically put pressure on the Saudis to cut dramatically, to increase production and dramatically cut prices, because the cash flow to the Soviet Union, the cash flow to the KGB that runs Russia today is tied to natural gas and oil. So that will put tremendous pressure on Putin to actually come to the negotiating table and let President Trump get the deal that he feels he needs to get done. He reiterated again on the tarmac of the violence and bloodshed in Ukraine, and he reiterated if he had been president, if the 2020 election had not been stolen, none of this would have happened. Impromptu press conference, took a couple questions. Then, as he's heading to the round table, where he's going to go out into the kind of area where the most damage is, and they'll normally have like a high school, where you can go to a conference room or some local building. You get in, and normally it's some sort of round table. You meet local officials, you get more detailed, intimate feedback. And normally they also have some people there. They'll be able to give their personal experiences before he then goes and does a walk around to actually see it. Management by wandering around, the Tom Peters theory of the late 80s when President Trump was really coming into his own as a real estate developer. He's always believed and kind of embodied. He loves going around and just getting, I think our shot here is where the round table is going to be right now. You're forcing me to put my glasses on. Okay, right there. It's another look. It's a more studious look. Right there's the round table. That's where President Trump is heading to. He's a few minutes out. President Trump, in leaving the tarmac, does what he often does. He'll tell the Secret Service, he goes, hey, guys, I see the line over there. That's usually a little off from where you actually come down the steps of Air Force One. That's off the tarmac a little bit. Traditionally, he will say, hey, just pull over there. I want to see my people. And you saw right there, he'll jump right into the crowd. Secret Service hates that, although as I said, the people are pre-screened, not just pre-screened with your history and your biography and you're checked out. You're also screened that day, obviously come through the magnometer and other things, but the Secret Service hates it. They hate that impromptu. Right there, this is a classic round table. The president will come down. He'll be briefed by officials, local officials on either side. Looks like that's outside in a tarmac. Am I looking at that correctly? I think it is. Looks like very impromptu. President's going to be there for a few minutes. They want to keep to the closest schedule as possible. President will hear. He'll ask a bunch of questions. President Trump has this saying, no games. He cannot stand it when people are trying to either hold information or trying to play games with it. He's very direct. He's very straightforward. And the best thing to do is just give him a straightforward answer. Keep it brief. If he's got interest, he'll ask you a follow-on question. That's kind of what we tell people. Just make sure you give him as much information as possible. He feeds off information. President Trump also, the way his management style is, in a meeting, he does not, people say he talks all the time. In a meeting, he says very little. He wants the participants, particularly if it's about decisions, he wants the participants to make their case, to put up facts, to back up their assertions with data and information. He'll let the sides fight it out. He will let people go at it, obviously professionally, but he'll let both sides, and he'll listen. He'll ask follow-on questions, and he'll think about it. That's the way he processes information. I found it a very powerful. Different chairmen and different CEOs have different styles. President Trump is he's not a briefing book guy. I mean, you're not going to sit there with a 100-page briefing book. He wants to cut to the chase. Tell me what the situation is. He wants to see how you formulate and marshal the facts to basically make your case of what the action plan should be amongst a range of alternatives. What he really likes to hear from is not staffers. What he really wants to hear from is people in the field, whether it's a cabinet official, somebody working for the cabinet official, National Security Council, or here, a classic example. He shows up in North Carolina, and what do you have? And by the way, when Brian's ready with audio, we'll jump back to Brian. What you'll see is that he'll meet with the officials at the plane. He'll ask questions. I mean, he's there for a reason. What's the reason he's there? This happened 4 months ago. It was a biblical, in the hills and hollows of Appalachia, these rains that came from the hurricane did horrific damage, kind of biblical type damage. They had a situation like this in my youth in the Commonwealth of Virginia. My dad is a phone company guy, was very tied up. It's called Torn Land, where the hurricane came in, the rains came in, went into the Blue Ridge Mountains. It caused massive devastation. This is what's happened here in Appalachia. I think with the president's here today, he's quite upset, and he's going to get answers. He wants to know why this is 4 months. Los Angeles just happened. There's a different set of questions there of how policies and things like. There's the president right there. Let's cut and pick this up live. Let's pick up the audio. Okay, can we pick up the audio? Yes. Let's go ahead and pick it up.
One of the things that are very important to me, and one of the reasons I'm happy that we won so convincingly, is to help North Carolina get fixed up. They supported us in record numbers. them in record numbers too. And they had me set. I wanted to go to Los Angeles and see what was going on with California, why they aren't releasing the water. Millions and millions of gallons of water. They're sending it out to the Pacific. Someday somebody's going to explain that one. In the meantime, they have no water in Los Angeles where they had the problems. But so we're going there. But I said, well, what about North Carolina? Well, you can do that. No, I can't. I said, we're stopping in North Carolina first, and then we're going to Los Angeles. And we just appreciate the outpouring of love that we've had here. Laura was, as you know, very instrumental in the campaign. And she lived here and is loved, and we appreciate it. And Michael Whatley has been incredible, wherever Michael is. Hello, Michael. Michael Whatley has been great, and your congressmen have been great. And what we thought we'd do is take a quick look around. First, we wanted to do this. I want to say that we're very disappointed in FEMA. Your new governor, it's not his fault. He's brand new to the whole situation. But we're going to work together with the governor. We're going to work together with the senators, but really we're going to work a lot with your congressmen, especially the three that are in the area, and Michael Whatley. And I'd like to put Michael in charge of making sure everything goes well. And Franklin Graham has been unbelievable. We've made a big contribution to Franklin, and we'll continue to do so. But I've been hearing nothing but praise for the job that Samaritan's Purse has done with Franklin, and we appreciate it. Where is Franklin? He's around here someplace. And that good-looking guy, he's always been a good-looking guy. His father was a good-looking guy, too, I'll tell you. We loved his father, right? I saw his father in the latter years, and I said, well, he doesn't have long to go. He was having a hard time, and he lived about 3 or 4 years after that, right? They say it was good stock. He had the ultimate good stock. But I want to thank you, Franklin. You've been fantastic here, and everywhere he goes, he's always the first one I see. People don't realize it, how good it is. A lot of people, they go, well, maybe it's for the people that he's got, and you guys know because you're here, but the people that he's got have done amazing work. So I just want to thank everybody. We're going to get over and take a look. We'll say a few words. I do want to introduce some of the people that we have, and our First Lady. We'll start with our First Lady. She wanted to be here because of North Carolina, and then I said, well, you can do that, but you're going to have to come to California, too. And she said, that's okay. And we got to fix that one up, too. Do you ever see anything like that one? It's who would have thought that could have happened? So, Governor Josh Stein, thank you very much. We appreciate it. And we're going to have a very long and good relationship. Representatives, maybe stand up if you would so the press can see. Representatives Chuck Edwards. Chuck, thank you. Thank you, Chuck. Tim Moore. Virginia, you know Virginia Fox, a legend. She is such a powerful woman. Pat Harrigan. Pat, thank you very much. Your Agriculture Commissioner, who I hear is excellent, Steve Troxler. Steve, thank you very much. Good job, Steve. You got plenty to do, right? More than you ever thought. North Carolina Speaker Dustin Hall. Thank you, Dustin. Thanks, Dustin. Very good. House Majority Leader Brendan Jones. Brendan, thank you very much. We're making progress, Brendan. State Representatives Dudley Green, Carl Gillespie. Thank you very much, fellas. Good. Good. Thank you very much. State Senators Kevin Corbin, Warren Daniel. Thank you. Thank you very much, Kevin, Warren. And County Commissioner Jennifer Best. Thank you, Jennifer. Thank you. So Hurricane Helene was one of the worst natural disasters in American history. It was far worse than it was even billed. I have never seen such water damage. It was largely water damage, wind damage, but water damage nobody's ever seen. I've been here, as you know, numerous times, but now I'm here in a position where we can do something, meaning I've been in office for 4 days, and I wanted to come sooner, but actually they had a little problem with getting logistically in here, but I would have been here even sooner. 104 North Carolinians at least have lost their lives. Is that now a fairly firm number, or are they still finding people? You know, what do you think? They're still finding people? Pretty much okay? It's a lot of people. 104 people lost their lives. 73,000 homes were severely damaged or destroyed. And I'll tell you, I've been to a lot of them, and this was like lots of hurricanes in one. I've never seen such damage done by water. And the water came, it was violent, and it left, and there was like nothing left. It's really pretty amazing. At one point, half of the emergency calls to FEMA went unanswered. That's real bad. FEMA was not doing their job. The city of Asheville went without running water for 2 months. A whistleblower testified that some FEMA employees refused to help people who displayed Trump signs on their property. I think that's true, isn't it? I read that. It's not nice. That's not too nice, is it? But whoever those property people were, thank you very much. Michael, is that true? That's not good, huh? About the property owners you put a Trump sign on and they wouldn't help? FEMA. Earlier this year, FEMA kicked 2,000 North Carolinians out of their temporary housing into below freezing temperatures. What was that all about? You know about that? What happened? Tell me.
We had an incompetent administration under Biden, and we had a disaster, and then we call it the disaster after the disaster. That was the FEMA response.
You had nothing but disaster since then. It doesn't matter at this point. Biden did a bad job. Some residents still don't have hot water, drinking water, or anything else, and many of them don't have quarters. They don't have anything. They got a stipend for what they lost, and we're going to take care of it. This is totally unacceptable, and I'll be taking strong action to get North Carolina the support that you need to quickly recover and rebuild. We're working on it very hard, and I think if Michael Whatley does half as good a job for North Carolina as he did for my campaign, we'll be very happy. Him and Laura were a very powerful team. So you think you can handle it, Michael? I don't know. I'm not sure, Michael. I think this is maybe in many ways easier, okay? Maybe easier. But you're going to lead the team. Do you want to say who the congressmen are that you want to appoint? Do you want to introduce them?
We have Virginia Fox, Chuck Edwards, and Tim Moore, whose districts encompass the area.
And they are the districts that were most severely impacted, right? You were affected then, Virginia?
Yes, lost my own driveway.
Really? No. I'll also be signing an executive order to begin the process of fundamentally reforming and overhauling FEMA, or maybe getting rid of FEMA. I think, frankly, FEMA is not good. I think when you have a problem like this, I think you want to go and, whether it's a Democrat or Republican governor, you want to use your state to fix it and not waste time calling FEMA, and then FEMA gets here and they don't know the area, they've never been to the area, and they want to give you rules that you've never heard about. They want to bring people that aren't as good as the people you already have. And FEMA's turned out to be a disaster. And you could go back a long way. You could go back to Louisiana. You could go back to some of the things that took place in Texas. It turns out to be the state that ends up doing the work. It just complicates it. I think we're going to recommend that FEMA go away. And we pay directly. We pay a percentage to the state. But the state should fix this. If the state did this from the beginning, it would have been a lot better situation. I think you guys agree with that, right? So I just want to say that Asheville, I know it well. It's a great place, so we're going to have it be a great place again. That was the one that was most severely affected. But North Carolina is going to come back bigger, better, stronger than ever before. And you're going to be very thankful. And you've already seen, I know that it really began 4 days ago, but you've already seen more action than you have in the last 3 months. And we're going to get it together. We're informing the Army Corps of Engineers to get going because you have a lot of river breaks and a lot of areas that you're going to need some pretty big work. And they're on their way. They're going to be working much harder than they've been working in the past, and we're going to take care of it. Any questions from the press of any of the congressman, governor, anybody?
So are you going to sign an executive order on FEMA, getting rid of it? Can you say more about signing an executive order to get rid of FEMA, please?
FEMA has been a very big disappointment. They cost a tremendous amount of money. It's very bureaucratic, and it's very slow. Other than that, we're very happy with them. Okay, and I think when there's a problem with the state, I think that problem should be taken care of by the state. That's what we have states for. They take care of problems. And a governor can handle something very quickly. You know, one of the things I've noticed, because I've been doing this for a while, and we had a pretty good FEMA, but I also noticed that when they come, they end up in arguments. They're fighting all the time over who does what. It's just not a good. And I think when there's a problem with the state, I think that problem should be taken care of by the state. That's what we have states for. They take care of problems. And a governor can handle something very quickly. You know, one of the things I've noticed, because I've been doing this for a while, and we had a pretty good FEMA, but I also noticed that when they come, they end up in arguments. They're fighting all the time over who does what. It's just not a good system. This system is so beautifully designed over 250 years approximately, you know, and we'll soon be celebrating the 250th year. It's going to be a very big celebration. But it's been designed very well, and we're going to leave it that way. When North Carolina, South Carolina, Florida, Tennessee, when everybody knows the governor of Tennessee, I think, everybody. Do you know everybody here, pretty much? I never thought of it, but you're right over the ridge.
Right over the hillside.
So you're here to help. That's great.
The people in this region, including Tennessee, the people of Appalachia, are grateful that you are here and that you haven't forgotten them. And that there are other disasters, but this one was enormous for both North Carolina and Tennessee. So thank you.
You know, I've seen a lot of disasters, and when I came here right after, the day after. And when I came here, I couldn't believe it, actually. I couldn't believe the damage. And I've seen a lot of them. This was more like a tornado than it was what we witnessed. So we're going to get it very much taken care of. Good job. That's nice that you came. And so you call it you're right over the ridge, right, Tennessee?
Over the ridge, yes.
I like Tennessee, too. Let's see, where did I get more votes, Tennessee or North Carolina? I hate to tell you, North Carolina, it was Tennessee.
There's one of the counties in this disaster that had 88% for you. So
88%, yeah. No, it's the people are just incredible people.
yeah.
So, do you have any questions, press?
Mr. President, you talked about conditions being placed on aid to California, voter ID, and the like. Are there any conditions that you're going to put on aid to North Carolina?
We're going to do a lot for North Carolina. You know, they've been very slow. I don't know why it's been so bad. This has been one of the worst I've seen. Katrina, of course, you know, was something that obviously that was a long time ago. That was not good. But this has been very slow. I don't know if that was for political reasons because they lost the state. You know, Biden lost the state. Maybe he felt he doesn't care. Maybe there were other reasons. I don't know. But this has been very slow. By any standard, this has been very slow. And we're gonna make up for lost time.
No conditions you're going to push for aid.
It's a different thing. You got hit by a storm. The people are incredible. They worked really well. Franklin was fantastic, and other groups. By the way, other groups came in that were also fantastic, and other states came in. Tennessee and a couple of others came in, and they really helped. That's the way it's supposed to be. No, this is a different kind of a thing.
Mr. President, have you decided how much funding you would allocate for disasters?
About what?
Have you decided how much funding you would allocate for disasters?
I haven't. I have to see what it is.
Are you disappointed that Senator Schiff hasn't joined you on this trip? It was reported you invited Senator Schiff to join you on this trip and he was too busy. Are you disappointed?
I don't know. I was told that Schiff was going to travel with us to California. I wasn't thrilled, to be honest with you. And I saw him last night on television. It looks like he got hit with a baseball bat or something. What happened to him? Something happened to him. It looked like he got hit. It looked like he got beat around. But I'll ask Caroline to find out what happened to him. No, if he wanted to come out, I would have done that. But I don't know. Somebody said that he wanted to come on the plane, but I think he's staying back for the votes. There's some pretty good votes going on. Yeah.
Mr. President, what is your timeline for getting rid of FEMA?
For this one, For this one? Well,
about possibly getting rid of FEMA. What timeline are you looking at, and how would you do that?
well, we're looking here. Here you're talking about. To start, we're going to start immediately timeline. And to finish, it's going to be a period of time. You know, people are also rebuilding their houses. How long does it take to build a house, right? It takes a time. And I want them to build houses bigger, better, nicer than they had before, so they can have, at least they get something out of this disaster. This was a real disaster. No, timeline will be fast. In terms of infrastructure, I think very fast. I want to thank Elon, because Elon was able to get us communication systems, as you know, Starlink. We had no communication. The first day I got here, I was asked by one of the people, one of the really great representatives, professionals, that is there any way you could get Starlink here, because they had no communication whatsoever. And I called up Elon Musk, and he had, you know, hundreds of units brought here, like brought immediately. And it's hard to get. They couldn't get them before. And that made a lot of difference. I think it saved a lot of lives, actually. Yeah. Infrastructure-wise, we'll do it quickly.
Sir, can you just talk about how long you think it might take to get rid of FEMA? What's the timeline on that? We're going to roll it back.
Yeah, I would say, look, as far as I'm concerned, I'm not really thinking about FEMA right now here. I'm thinking about Michael Whatley, and I'm thinking about the 3 Congress people that you just heard from, and also the other people in Congress, and they'll be working with the governor. They'll be working with the governor, so that's what I see.
Change the subject real quickly. The Laken-Riley Act was signed by Mike Speaker Johnson yesterday.
Right.
When do you anticipate to sign that?
Well, we're honored by that. Laken-Riley, I was there at the time, and we had a big meeting with the parents right after that horrible thing took place. And we have an act. You all know what that act represents. And it was a bipartisan bill. Many Democrats signed onto it. That's something that is a tribute to Laken, a beautiful young lady who was killed viciously by an illegal alien. And we passed a very powerful bill, and it was just approved, and we'll have a ceremony sometime very shortly. I'll be signing it. In other words, if you're asking, I will definitely be signing it. Okay? Yeah.
The security detail for Anthony Fauci was terminated last night, and I'm wondering if you have any comment on that.
About what?
The security detail for Anthony Fauci was terminated last night, sir. Do you have a comment?
No, I think, you know, when you work for government, at some point your security detail comes off. And, you know, you can't have them forever. So I think it's very standard. If it would be for somebody else who wouldn't be asking the question. The question is very fair. But, you know, you work for government. We took some off, other people too. But you can't have a security detail for the rest of your life because you worked for government.
Ask for it to be taken off, sir?
Yeah, we'll see what happens.
Would you feel partially responsible if something were to happen to, say, Dr. Fauci?
No. You know, they all made a lot of money. They can hire their own security, too. All the people you're talking about, they can go out. I can give them some good numbers of very good security people. They can hire their own security. They all made a lot of money. Fauci made a lot of money. They all did. So if they, you know, felt that strongly, I think that certainly I would not take responsibility.
North Carolina is a state that relies on trade and manufacturing. Are you going to have an announcement on new tariffs coming soon? Is there a timeline now?
Yeah, the tariffs are going to make our country rich. We're going to be a rich, rich country very soon. Tariffs are going to make it rich, and competence. We have common sense, competence, and tariffs. The word tariff is one of the most beautiful words in the dictionary.
Jonathan Reynolds, the business secretary of the United Kingdom, said that there's an even trade between the U.S. and the U.K., so they shouldn't have tariffs. Does trade imbalances or a balanced trade affect tariffs in your decision?
Yeah, unbalanced and balance, and also deficits. Like with Canada, we lose $200 billion a year with Canada. That's because we allow them to make cars. We allow them to take lumber. We don't need their cars. We don't need their lumber. We don't need their food products because we make the same products right on the other side of the border. It's sort of crazy. So we've just allowed that. You know, bad management has allowed it over the last 4 years in particular to become very imbalanced. And I said I call him Governor Trudeau, but he's Prime Minister Trudeau when he was Prime Minister. I asked him, why would we do that? Why? And he was unable to give me an answer. He said, I don't know. And I said, do you think it's fair that we're paying $200 billion to keep Canada going? And what would happen? I asked him, what would happen if we didn't do that, if we didn't subsidize Canada? He said, we'd be a failed nation. And I said, then you should be a state, because why are we paying all of that money to Canada when, we could use it ourselves, right? So we take care of their military. We're going to order about 40 Coast Guard big icebreakers, big ones. And all of a sudden, Canada wants a piece of the deal. They say, why are we doing that? I mean, I like doing that if they're a state, but I don't like doing that if they're a nation. Also, they've been very nasty to us on trade. Historically, Canada has been very, very bad to us, very unfair to us on trade. So we'll see how it all works out. I would love to see Canada be the 51st state. The Canadian citizens, if that happened, would get a very big tax cut, tremendous tax cut, because they're very highly taxed. And you wouldn't have to worry about military. You wouldn't have to worry about many of the things. You'd have better health coverage. You'd have much better health coverage. So I think the people of Canada would like it, if it's explained. But just to start off, they'd have a massive tax cut, and they'd have a lot more business, because then we'd let business go to Canada routinely, and there'd be no tariffs. If we did that, there'd be no tariffs.
First, Reverend Franklin Graham's been a great asset to this state. Talk a little bit about the way Samaritan Purse has helped North Carolina.
Yes, once again, the first one.
Graham has been a big part of Samaritan Purse and their aid to North Carolina. Just get your thoughts.
Well, Franklin Graham has been a big asset to the state. His father was a big asset to the state, to the country, both of them. I just think this. I think Franklin and other people that are doing what Franklin have done. But I've known Franklin so long. He was at the inauguration. He made a speech, beautiful prayer. He does a great job. And we made a big donation, and it was money well spent. Sometimes you make donations, it's not well spent. He's done a great job here. He's done a really great job. So I want to thank you. We're going to the site now, and one of the sites, and for those that haven't seen it, you won't even believe it, but not enough work was done. We'll get it done fast. And I can speak for the Republican congressman. We're going to knock it out, right? We're going to knock it out. And I think we take it very personally, because North Carolina was very unfairly treated. Very, very unfairly treated. And it was obvious. It was too obvious. And we're going to make up for lost time. So thank you to the people of North Carolina. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Am I on? That is the president right there with Franklin Graham from Samaritan's Purse. Billy Graham's son runs this big charitable organization. It's really taken care of. You saw last week. 10 days ago when we were there, it was at the forefront of the relief work, which really is private relief work. President, in that Q&A, he signed an executive order to get rid of FEMA, and man, he's hell bent for leather from doing this. Is Brian? Are you with me, Brian Glenn? I know Brian's right there. Brian asked a couple of great questions. I think his audio may be turned off. He's going to get back in the pool. That's our own live shot from Real America's Voice. The First Lady, and the president there with Franklin Graham. It's got Michael Whatley, the head of the RNC. Michael Whatley is from North Carolina, beloved North Carolina. No, let's go back to that shot, please. You don't need me in a full shot. Let's think these shots through, gentlemen. They're going to take it down. Okay, can we go to the poll feed? Let's go to the poll feed. Let Brian Glenn's going to take his thing. Let's see if we can go to the poll feed.
Can you guys hear
me?
The
president's there with the First Lady. He answered questions. Have we got Brian? Hey, Brian, what do you got for us?
Hey, Steve. Yes, he just wrapped up here shortly talking to the members that he recognized earlier. From this point, we will get in the motorcade and follow President Trump to a disaster area, and what he would tour that area, take some questions, I would imagine, and talk to the local homeowners in that area. But it really kind of going over the magnitude of this area, and I would think the demand for, let's listen in real quickly if he might come over here. He looks like he's posing for a couple. Thank you. Posing with First Lady. Okay, so we've got to take direction from the press lead right now, Steve. So we do have to kind of hustle into a different area as we transition into location number 2, Steve. So I'll come back to you when we have a steady shot and we're in place.
Go ahead. Yeah. Maybe keep that shot. Just got the mic off. Okay, this is what's called a press gaggle. Let's get that shot back up there if we can. Got enough of me. Let's get that shot back up. It's okay. It's okay to see the unsteadiness. It's going to be fine. Let's double box it. I gotta anchor this and produce it and direct it at the same time. Just teasing the team. I want people to see it. This is called a press gag. Gaggles when you have all these press. This is the pool that's with the president the entire time. Now, did we see the? Now you're going to go out. When you're on the White House staff, you have what's called wranglers. You have press wranglers. There's our own Brian Glenn right there. You have press wranglers, and the press wranglers' job is to keep this unruly element. No, keep those great shots. It's fantastic. You're seeing the sausage being made, folks. Right there, and I want to join. I think we're getting ready to go to the Charlie Kirk. Yeah, in fact, we're into the Charlie Kirk show now. I want to welcome the Charlie Kirk audience. Just to do a reset, we are live from Asheville, North Carolina. Our own Brian Glenn has been invited to have our own camera today, not taking a press feed, but our own camera is there with the president's motorcade. The president landed at about 10:30, 10:40 Eastern Standard Time. He did a short meeting with officials on the tarmac. He then had a press availability, answered a few questions. Then he went over, got his Secret Service vehicles out of the line, and actually went to go see his people. War Room Posse and MAGA members on kind of a rope line. He did a meet and greet there, shook hands, had people really saying, "Mr. President, we love you." Then he went for what we call roundtable. These are very traditional when a president goes to a local area, to even for a factory opening or to see people, but particularly when you go to these disaster areas. The theme of the day is President Trump is getting all direct briefings from people who are there. Franklin Graham, Samaritan's Purse. I can't tell you how important Samaritan's Purse has been. 10 days ago when Ben Bergquam was there for 2 days, all we heard was Samaritan's Purse, Samaritan's Purse. They've been out in western North Carolina and East Tennessee bringing kind of philanthropic and charitable relief that the federal government had. One of the major questions, and I was actually impressed with the press not asking wise guy questions. I think you see a very big difference in President Trump's first term and second term. You don't see the snarky questions that the press asks, every day, some snarky question about Russiagate, or these so far have been pretty good, pretty thoughtful questions. Although a lot of them from the liberal media. Right there, you're seeing a shot inside the press van. We're there with our own camera, not taking the pool feed, which is pretty extraordinary. Now, the Secret Service requires you, as you're going to see, Brian doesn't have his audio. That's cut off for security reasons. And they tell you to put the camera straight forward, what's called a taillight shot. The president went to a briefing of what they called traditionally these roundtables, where local officials, people, ask questions, who introduce local dignitaries, in this case, local congressmen who had been there for North Carolina. Then the president gives you some comments. And once again, the president, the most available president, I think, in the history of this republic to the press. He took questions from the media. And most of these questions really revolved around disaster relief, what's going to be coming up in California, and particularly FEMA. He did sign an executive order that really looks to a pretty substantial restructuring or elimination of FEMA. The president gave you what he intends to do, and what he intends to do is to look at local authorities and kind of the FEMAs, the emergency groups in each state, and just give this money for support, give the money to the governor, give the money to the states, and let the states deal with it, and really cut out the middleman, which is FEMA. And I think part of that is because of the politicization of FEMA, and the other part is just because of the incompetence of FEMA. Remember, this is part of the deconstruction of the administrative state. Particularly in the alphabet agencies, there's a lot of folks, including myself, that think these alphabet agencies have just grown and grown and grown with very little regulation or supervision from Congress, and that has led to them to be not just overly bureaucratic, but also incredibly and highly inefficient and too politicized, too able to be weaponized. One of the things the president is there today in Western North Carolina is to get the answer to the questions. Why are we in the fourth month of this? And you're going to see things today, and I'm sure the president's going to see things that are going to shock him. When Ben Berquam was there 10 days ago, I was quite frankly stunned. My kid brother had worked in Western North Carolina and actually lived in Asheville for a couple of years. And it is, in fact, my college roommate and other people I'm very close to are down in Asheville, one of the most beautiful parts of the country. And just a magnificent location. It's become a big retirement area over the last decade or two, as people, Florida's a little too much for them as far as no change of seasons, and maybe up north is a little too cold. So the environment in Western North Carolina is perfect. So Asheville has been a tremendous and really had explosive growth. Talk about this cold winter. It's been a kind of a brutally cold winter with this kind of Arctic, Arctic weather coming down. But really, since right after Thanksgiving, has been pretty cold. And I think we're 3 or 4 months into this. What the president's most upset about, and he wants us to get answers from, is why is he coming out to North Carolina to visit with and hear from the forgotten man and woman, when this should have been taken care of months and months ago? Is this just bureaucratic inefficiency? Is this just incompetence? Are they not going to work because they're still, heaving to on COVID, so they're working from home? Or was this political? And I've advocated from the beginning that you have to have a thorough investigation of this to find out what happened. California is very different. California is about policies that have been decades in the making. Josh Pettit, who's a golf course architect, and we normally have him on here talking about for the major championships about the golf course. He walked through the kind of the radical part of the environmental community has structurally through commissions, committees, coastal committees have put a stranglehold on really common sense and environmental policies, along with radically left Democrats, to kind of be the predicate for this disaster that happened. The president's going to want discussions out of that, because in Los Angeles, you could be talking about, in the greater LA area, $200 billion of destruction. I can tell you, having very close knowledge of home ownership in Pacific Palisades, one of the most remarkable little villages in all of America, and particularly in Southern California, is where Ronald Reagan and Nancy Reagan lived for many, many decades. A very understated elegance of just really this very nice village, completely gone. Worse than Dresden in 1945. It's like the Tokyo fire bombings in March of 1945. President's going to want answers for that today. Shifty Schiff was supposed to be with him, but Shifty Schiff made a big deal about not going. Really, that's tied to these votes in the Senate. Right now, you're in the motor pool right here. You're in what's called a press van. You can put the camera straight forward. That's called a taillight shot if you're watching it right there. I want to thank the Charlie Kirk audience for joining us. We're hearing Real America's Voice. This is live, uninterrupted coverage. We're blowing all the commercial breaks so that we can do the coverage of since we've been invited by the comm staff to be there. Kind of a hat tip to the new rising power of the podcast, and particularly the rising power of these streaming services, getting away from mainstream media, and our own. We got Ben Berquam in Chicago and Brian Glenn. Ben, who was out there 10 days ago, Brian Glenn is with the president today. Brian Glenn has asked 3 great questions. I mean, really appreciated by the president. The president gave him a kind of a thumbs up and, hey, thank you on the way up, Brian Glenn. A total professional is now with Right Side Broadcasting for years, doing the coverage of all the events, and is now with his Real America's Voice. He'll be doing both the White House and Capitol Hill. The reason Schiff is really not out there is Schiff. There's major votes. So we talked about the actions the president has to take. So we also talked about the resistance. You've got Democrats have gone to court on the deportations. They're in court on the 14th Amendment. They're in court on many, many things. I'm sure they're going to try to go to court on FEMA. Anything to do with deconstructing the administrative state that they're going to stop. But particularly in the Senate, there's been kind of a brutal fight. Schumer, who is having these press conferences or having press availabilities where he will go up and literally rip apart someone like Russ Vought. I heard one last night. I listened to it for about 30 or 40 minutes. Schumer and other Democrats just saying how terrible Russ Vought was, how Russ Vought was the godfather of Project 2025, how Russ Vought was absolutely terrible. Now MSNBC is all over President Trump taking down FEMA. Their coverage is hysterical on everything that President Trump does. Their hair's on fire on all of it. The president. Let's go back to the Senate. So remember, we have John Ratcliffe has just been confirmed as director of the Central Intelligence Agency. Senator Marco Rubio is now Secretary of State. President Trump, 4 days into his administration, only has 2 approved cabinet members. Everything else is on the interim that are really not his people. And this is after flooding the zone last week with, to go back and think about it, spectacular performance of his nominees, with no real Democratic pushback on the ideas or the representation. It's just one more to reset. You're in a press van. That's Brian Glenn and his cameraman, our team. We're going to go to a disaster site outside of Asheville, North Carolina. President Trump will walk around here, meet some local folks, meet the forgotten man and woman, have some interchange. We will cover this live. I'm going to remain here for this coverage until the end. President Trump will then return to the airport. I'm sure he's going to say a few words in the tarmac. Then he and the First Lady will enter the Air Force One, and I think it's scheduled to end about 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, although I believe he's going to run a little late here. He's then going to take off for Los Angeles. He'll arrive out in Los Angeles, I think, early afternoon local time, and then he will have once again, meet some officials. He will have a roundtable where he'll meet, a bigger group of officials, and then I'm sure he's going to tour the area. I will tell you, President Trump knows Los Angeles. He owns a house in Beverly Hills. He hasn't spent as much time in L.A. as obviously in other parts of the country. Really not a California guy, although he loves California and I know he loves his house he's had in Beverly Hills. The President of the United States knows Pacific Palisades. He will be absolutely floored. The people I know that live out there, I have many, many friends. I lived in California for 20 years. They spent time all over the world and in New York a lot, but had a home base there. People are, you can't believe what's happened to the Palisades, what's happened to Altadena, which is out by Pasadena. What's happened in these towns is really just unbelievable. It's military level devastation that it's all gone, and what is standing has been condemned. So once again, we're in the press pool right there. We've got our own camera. We're not taking this off the press feed. That's Real America's Voice. Real America's Voice was invited, and here's why. Back in 2021, when the president left the White House, the President Trump back in Mar-a-Lago was cut off from any access. I don't believe mainstream media covered him live until the midterm election of 2022. Even Fox News, I think, blocked him for a year and a half. Rupert Murdoch went out and said they were going to make him a non-person. He was covered live nonstop by Real America's Voice, Right Side Broadcasting. Brian Glenn was one of the chief anchors over at Right Side at the time. We knew the Right Side guys very, very close to him. Great team over there. They would cover nonstop. Remember all the rallies. Real America's Voice would be there. We would do coverage. We tossed our teams. You covered President Trump live. You covered MAGA. Remember the days Ben Berquam would be out there hours and hours in advance. On Saturday, we'd have Ben on the Saturday morning show with War Room Posse members that were already there 5, 6, 7 hours before the event started. The White House staff and Caroline Leavitt, you remember Caroline? Caroline, as a young woman, ran for the House a couple of years ago, and we did a lot of coverage of her in the primary. She was an engaging personality. She was a young woman. She's an absolute firebrand. She would not back down. And Caroline Leavitt became beloved by the War Room audience and really embraced. Caroline Leavitt is now the press secretary of the President of the United States. I think one of the things I've had the most fun in the show is to see the people that have been contributors or been part of it, the Jason Millers, the Boris Epsteins, the Caroline Levitts, the Liz Harringtons, the Natalie Winters. We have it's Scott Bessent, Russ Vogt, in our own Peter Navarro. Peter's actually in the White House as the senior advisor on trade and manufacturing. That's obviously going to be very important. You heard President Trump today talking about Canada. It was, of all the talk on Canada, is probably the most blunt talk. I mean, he made a proposal. He said, hey, look, you can cut out a lot of costs of your defense, a lot of things going on. We'd love for you to be the 51st state. We can make you a deal. I don't know. Maybe you cut out maybe it makes 2 states. Who knows? I know the western part of Canada. I spent a lot of time with people from Western Canada over the weekend. They're very different in their philosophy and from Quebec and where Toronto is, the eastern part where, 80% of the population lives. But the western part of Canada is saying, hey, we don't speak for all of Canada, but they think people would love some sort of closer association. They're at kind of loggerheads with the Trudeau administration. Once again, you're in a press van. That is a shot from our own camera, not a press feed. If you notice why we're not looking at the side and some of the Trump supporters over there is that the Secret Service, when you have a camera and it's on, it's called a taillight shot. They don't want to go in to and fro for security reasons. Brian Glenn is in there. The audio is always cut off for security reasons. Brian is going with the rest of the press with our own camera, not a pull feed. We're going now to the actual site of some of the devastation. So here's what will happen is the advance team will work through with local officials, and they'll figure out, hey, particularly in a devastated area that's this huge. I mean, this is all the way from northwest Georgia up through the Appalachians to western North Carolina, eastern Tennessee, and all the way up to Virginia. People historically, a lot of this, it was part of this at least was part of where General Sherman right there. We just lost the feed entirely back here. We'll get to that in a second. Maybe take a pull feed. President of the United States is heading to the site of the devastation. He'll get a walk around. The advance team will work with local officials and say, hey, look, right there we got our feedback. He'll say, hey, look, we want some areas the president can get a real feel for what's going on. He wants to meet people there. He wants to meet things. So that will become his understanding of the entire area. The president already committed on the tarmac, and he said again at the round table, he says, hey, we're going to take care of this problem. And this is what, if you go back 10 days, remember our coverage, people saying, Ben Berquam, Mr. Bannon, any way you can get to the president, make sure the president comes here. We've basically left to fend for ourselves with no money, no resources, no assistance on this biblical level flood that's devastated so much of the area. They've just been, cut off. And look, I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but I don't believe in coincidences. I'm sure it's the pattern recognition here is this is part of the strongest part of the support for President Trump. They just said in the meeting right there at the round table, one of the individuals said off camera, hey, there's a county here that gave you 88% support. 88% support. It's left a bad taste in people's mouths that the Biden regime somehow this was some sort of political payback, or there was just a lack of urgency all around there. It's one of the reasons President Trump is not enthusiastic about FEMA. What professional organization would allow that to happen? What professional organization would not be down here taking care of this basic destruction of one of the most beautiful areas of the United States, but particularly where American citizens are living in tents? The night after we were there, I think it was 6 degrees in the mountains of western North Carolina. Some of those mountains got real altitude. When you're in Asheville, you're in the mountains of western. You're in the mountains, and it's cold at night. And people, the FEMA vans hadn't been brought up, FEMA trucks hadn't been brought up. People were left, by and large, to fend for themselves. This is why Samaritan's Purse was so amazing. All the local charities people were, giving, as the American people are wont to do, the most charitable people in the history of the earth, the most giving nation in the history of the earth. But this is not, it shouldn't be upon local charity to pay for this. It shouldn't be. Samaritan's Purse that has obligations all over the world as they have a huge, evangelical mission that is their task and purpose. every dollar they have and every dollar they raise has to be used for the task and purpose. And when they're in Western North Carolina, they're doing it because it's Billy Graham and Franklin, Billy Graham's legacy, Franklin Graham, and just the giving nature of this organization and many, many, many others. But it's all coming from private charity. Well, one of the reasons you pay your taxes is that in those extraordinary instances, like massive hurricanes, massive flooding, like you see on something that was biblical that came off of Hurricane Helene that left, a trillion gallons of water into the hills and hollows of Appalachia and wiped out so much. You anticipate and expect, and kind of the compact you make with your government, for its sovereignty, is that in these situations, extraordinary situations, they step up. People are just not prepared, and it's no hit on people. You're just not prepared. No one's prepared. Here in Western North Carolina, you have folks that are, making the average wages of citizens of the United States. Many people working 2-3 jobs, working overtime. In Pacific Palisades, a very different very different group. That's to the, you're getting close to the top 1% there, definitely the top 3% of wage earners. And whereas Appalachia is kind of, good old-fashioned conservative right-wing populism and traditionally conservative Republicans, Pacific Palisades, the exact opposite. I would not be surprised if 88% of the Palisades had voted for Kamala Harris. It's one of the biggest areas for fundraising, whereas Southern California and Northern California, Silicon Valley, and the Hollywood area are really cash machines for the Democrat Party. I think one time I heard a statistic, 50% of all money for Democrats comes out of California for the entire nation. That shows you how big it is. So their political philosophy is very different. It's not that President Trump's the president for everybody. He's been very adamant about that. But it's a different set of questions. In North Carolina is why was the aid, why is we 4 months into this and President Trump's not going to Davos because he knows he's obligated and has a commitment to the American people and a love for the American people. So he is where the forgotten man and woman is. Why is it 4 months into this? Why was this not taken care of? This is going to be tough to do. You got a lot of reclamation to do, like cleanup, but it's doable. We've done it before. There's organizations and institutions that have, the organizational wherewithal and capacity to do it. Why was it not done? California is a very different situation. California is a situation that, and it's a little bit like the Maui situation. How did this happen? You've really got to get down to California of, was this a loaded cannon of kind of environmental decisions have been made and those sparks that kind of flew from these fires or the power lines that ignited? And where were the firemen? Where was the water? What shocks me is how this embers are spread from house to house and house, and it looks like nobody defended it. I mean, the questions are not answered in the Palisades, and we say strings attached. Well, you've got to come in and get answers first. You have to get answers, and you have to understand if you're going to put the money in, and particularly the federal government is going to put the money in to reclaim this and reorganize it, that it has to be at a situation that it can't happen again. We can't have the same type of decision-making. We can't have the same type of interconnections of these radical environmental groups coupled with, let's be blunt, radical politicians that created a witch's brew of that allowed this devastation that was every bit as bad as the firebombing of Tokyo in March of 1945. How did that happen? What were the policies that this? And people say, well, it's contingent. It's contingent upon what President Trump summed up yesterday in Davos. What was his opening statement? A revolution of common sense. He reiterated today. He says, hey, we have, he was talking about the economic model and for Canada to think about. He says it's a combination of common sense, tariffs, and competence. And that's, I think, based upon his economic model. If you remember yesterday in Davos, the opening shot for President Trump with all, Klaus Schwab had just groveled to him on the global stage. I mean, groveled. And we had Graham Allison in that clip beforehand that played the day before. Graham Allison said, hey, look, this guy was politically dead and he's been resurrected. He resurrected himself with his populist base. And he's back. And Graham Allison said, remember, 3 and 4 years ago, we wrote this guy off and we would laugh at him. Well, they ain't laughing now. They're groveling. And yesterday, he sat up there and said, part of these radical policies that you see in Los Angeles, he said point blank, he says, hey, we've had a revolution of common sense in the United States of America, a revolution in common sense. and we're not doing this anymore. And he says, let me tell you what action I'm taking immediately. I'm pulling out of the Paris Climate Accord. The Paris Climate Accord, boom, out. We tried to do that 7-8 years ago. It's been blocked. It was blocked by the administrative and deep state constantly. And of course, all the traitor politicians come to President Trump and says, "Oh, you can't do that. You're going to get a bad story." President Trump knew it was a scam from the beginning. In the interim, when President Trump pulled it the first time, you had the yellow vest. Remember what, Gilets jaunes? In the yellow vest representing the rural part of France, they put the diesel tax. Macron and these elitists in Paris put the diesel tax right on them, and the people revolted. They burned down, the big parts of Paris in protest, saying, "Hey, you're putting the burden of the Paris climate change, which is really underwriting Chinese pollution and Chinese industrialization at the expense of the West, and we're not going to tolerate it." President Trump said, "Hey, number one, we're getting out of the Paris Climate Accord." Ba-boom. Said, number two, I'm reversing everything from the Green New scam. And last night I was doing this going over Russ Vogt, his testimony we had done. President Trump said, additionally, I am stopping any more. Right there, the headline of yesterday's, Trump stalls $300 billion of infrastructure funds as Biden climate agenda is ditched. He told him right there, the entire, if the camera can just get this for a second. Can we cut back to this for a second? Can you cut back to see? Thank you very much. And then we cut back. Right there, they said that on this climate, President Trump, this is impoundment. Okay, we can go back to the feed. This is called impoundment. Remember, we've talked about this. Take your number 2 pencil out. It's a piece of nomenclature you're going to want to keep. Impoundment. They've been banging on Russ Vogt on this. This is a theory, right, put into practice that the money that's appropriated in the appropriations bill is a ceiling. That the president can come in and impound unspent funds and either use it for different purposes or just kick it back to the Treasury. The president has gone into the Green New Deal fiasco giveaway of Biden, which caused so much inflation. He said, "Hey, there's $300 billion there. All engines stop. I'm impounding that immediately. I'm going to use that and divert it to other things that can be done right away, or just put it back to the Treasury so it doesn't add to the deficit." And they're going absolutely crazy. The Democrats are addicted. As bad as the Republicans are, the Democrats are addicted to vast spending. I think we're coming up now. We're seeing about 3 minutes out. The president's going to do a walk around. He's going to get to really see and meet some of the folks, the local officials working. You see, they got the split screen off to the right. There is where the president will be coming in a second. He's 3 minutes out. The press pool with Brian Glenn, and we'll get Brian back up here in a second, is to our left. I'm going to hang for the coverage the entire time. We're in the Charlie Kirk Show. I know it goes out nationwide on radio. I want to thank everybody. We're doing very special coverage today. We've been invited to kind of be the lead sled dog on coverage by the White House communications team. I want to thank Taylor Bodowich, Stephen Chung, and, of course, Caroline Levitt for thinking of Real America's Voice and kind of I think they're looking for alternative sources now besides the mainstream media, the audience is so pathetic and they're still snarky. It looks like the van's getting close to coming to a stop there. Brian will be jumping out and see to the right. Let's do the split screen again if we can. Thank you very much. That's Swannanoa, North Carolina. That's where I think Ben Burkham was the other day. Part of the trip was to Swannanoa. Let's do the split screen. I'm going to direct here. If you make a split, there we go. There we go. That's okay, Wendell. I'll just take control of this and get back to my old directing days. You think I'm obnoxious behind a microphone? You ought to see when I'm directing something. I really turn it up. Harry over there is giving me stink eye already, my producer. So you see a split screen right there on the right, Swannanoa, North Carolina, and that is where the president will be in a moment. That's going to be a walk around to actually see some of the devastation. It's breathtaking. Ben Burkham was there a couple of weeks ago. And the left is the press van. That is our own Brian Glenn is right now with his cameraman. We're not taking a feed. The feed is to the right. So we'll be there momentarily. The president didn't go to Davos because he wanted and needed to go to both Los Angeles, but he wanted to see, made it adamant. He says, I'm stopping in North Carolina first. This is not acceptable. This really played into what the president's been very concerned about FEMA, played into his fears about FEMA. He finally said, I've had enough about it. Now, this is of the 200 EOs, executive orders, and or executive actions taking place the last couple of days. Everything from using military transport command to ferry illegal aliens out of here into other locations, principally their home countries, all the way to changing the names of migrants and all the official reporting, official proclamations to the White House to illegal aliens as they are, is a term of art and a term of law in the American system. The president's done so much on the economy with tariffs, trade, also the deportations underway. Our own Ben Berquam is in Chicago. He's out with raids today. He started off, Ben, who'd just gotten back from Western North Carolina. Ben was at a hotel, a Holiday Inn, that had been totally refurbished and sold out with illegal aliens. They're there three hots a day in a clean. Let's go ahead. Vance pulling up. Let's go ahead and do the big. Can we do the? You got the establishing shot there. You want to take the full screen on that? While Ben and those guys, Brian and those guys get positioned. No, let's go. You want to go to the feed for a second? Yeah, let's go to the podium. President's going to step up in a moment. Brian will be coming up. Brian's right there. Okay. There we go. Right there. You got the podium. President will be coming to a moment. Those some local dignitaries, people. Ben Berquam was there last week. The devastation is horrific. It's an outdoor. You see, it's an outdoor facility. Outdoor. President's going to actually go and do a walk and talk where he'll walk around with local officials. This always normally takes place after a roundtable where the president get briefed. They'll also put somebody normally in the car with the president, a couple of the local officials, and they'll be giving him an update on what's going on. So when he's out, he's pretty fully briefed, having been briefed the night before at the White House, briefed the White House in the morning before he goes, normally in the residence. Then when he comes out, goes to Marine One, gets on Air Force One, he'll be further briefed on Air Force One. So he's got a lot of backup material. He'll be pretty far up to speed. The president's a very quick study, not just his experience in business and capital markets over 30, 40, 50 years, his first term as president, and can really absorb tremendous amount of information. If you have to think what this guy manages every day and keeps juggles the balls, everything from the economy and these major geoeconomic decisions he's making about changing of the model of the economic model of the United States and how it's financed, everything to geostrategic model, where he's looking really, I think, to expand the Monroe Doctrine, and I call it Fortress America, that he's going to secure the Western Hemisphere and eventually put an Iron Dome over the United States. So he will leave his term of office, whether it's this term that started in 24 or one that starts in 28. Our own Andy Ogles, a congressman from Tennessee, has put that in as a bill to start moving forward to changing the Constitution. Okay, here we've got one of the staff is there to make sure the mics work. Brian Glenn is coming up with the camera crew right now. Brian Glenn will be here in a moment. The president will arrive in a moment. Maybe we do a split shot with Brian Glenn at this time and maybe see what we got right there. We're gonna. Okay, we're doing a walk right now. We'll do a split. There we go. Got Brian Glenn on the left. He's going to go with is that up with the president right now? Do we have any audio? As soon as we get audio, Brian, let's go to Brian's audio. Not saying I'm talked out. I could do this forever, but this is a lot easier than interviewing people. This is just giving you a stream of customers. We're doing it. It's got Brian. Is that Brian Glenn?
Hey, can you hear me all right?
Yes. Brian, go ahead.
Steve, I can hear you.
Where are we? Yeah, get us up to speed.
Well, it looks like we're at what was at one point a family's home that obviously has been damaged for the hurricane. We're sitting up here. We just got to the site. You saw what the road looked like, and obviously about the 100-yard or so dash that we had to make. Actually, flip this camera around because he's gonna come in from here. He's gonna come around from this way. We're just waiting for the president to get out of his vehicle, walk over here, and I'm trying to look around, see, because we just ran and got to this location. So let me just kind of eyeball it. It looks like we do have a family, and President Trump, First Lady, stepping out of the vehicle right now. Let's listen in to what it's like here on the ground in Asheville. Steve, let's just listen in. the president speaking with Reverend Graham and I think the Smith family, from what I caught. But let's see if we can listen in a little bit more, Steve. Yeah, I'm just trying to hear in Steve, and really, at this point, we don't have any idea what's been said, but obviously the president is listening to this family, and they, I would imagine, talking about some of the grief and the struggles that they've been going through since the hurricane hit this area on September 27th. First Lady Melania, by President Trump's side. The podium, there's an official podium set up. He will be delivering some remarks from here. Obviously, we've been taking a look at that on the double box, but we'll get everything in position. It may just take us a second to make sure we get the audio reconnected to that mult box, but we'll certainly bring that in when it develops. But it's just surreal right now. Steve, when you look at the conditions that the people here in North Carolina and driving in that last mile or so when we got off the interstate was just devastating to see. It looked like it was a combination of tornado damage and flood damage and even like an earthquake altogether. It just, the foundations of these buildings, Steve, crumbled to the ground. Trees completely uprooted, swept away. And you can kind of see where the water level was coming in as well. You could see just where the brush and the tree level where the water at one point was, and it's just really, it hits home. And it's the first time that I have physically seen this in person. Obviously the video and pictures on TV, it just doesn't do it justice. But and to see the devastation these people in this part of our country had to live through, and believe it or not, that after the hurricane, Steve, they had to do their duty and vote for President Trump on November 5th, and they certainly did that by the looks of the polling and the turnout there. President Trump obviously meeting another family here in North Carolina. Just a moment, and like we said earlier,
I might add, Melania is right by his side. I think it's very impressive. First Lady Melania Trump right there next to the president, meeting the families, the devastation, seeing it up close and personal. Brian, your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, this is what he ran on, was putting America first. Looks like Reverend Graham is going to speak right now.
Great honor to be here with these people today that have suffered so much. And to lose everything you have, and you just wonder what you're going to do and where you're going to go. And we just thank God, and I want to say thank God that He's given us the resources to be able to help. And a lot of people have helped, and not just Samaritan's Purse, but there's been many different organizations and volunteers that have just come to Western North Carolina and East Tennessee to help. I grew up, this is my backyard, I grew up about 8 miles or so from here. And went to high school right down the road, about a mile down the road. And so this is home to me. But we've got a family today. We've got the West family. This is their house. So we're here today to show the president just a little bit of the damage and the problems that the people of Western North Carolina are facing. So, Mr. President, thank you for what you have done for Western North Carolina. Thank you for coming again to see. Thank you, your son Don Jr., he came with us twice. And so they've taken a real interest And this isn't a politician coming down here looking for votes. This is a man who wants to do something, who wants to see some changes, who wants to make life better for you. So thank you. And Melania, thank you so much for coming. It's an honor to have you here with us. So, Mr. President, please.
Thank you very much, Franklin. Thank you. All right, good man. He's done a great job, a fantastic job. And we've come to North Carolina with a simple message for all the people of this region who were hit so hard by Hurricane Helene. And that message is very simple. You are not forgotten any longer. You were treated very badly by the previous administration. And I'm here after a few days of the administration. We're going to California, Los Angeles. They got hit hard, as you know. A lot of that could have been prevented, I think, if they had water, which they had plenty of, but they didn't use it. But I'm going there, and it was set up to go there. They said, well, what about North Carolina? They said, well, what would you? I said, I have to stop there first. I'm stopping in North Carolina. So we made the stop, and I feel very good. You're represented by some great people, great congressmen are with us, and we're going to get involved with them. And Michael Whatley is here, who is the head of the Republican Party. He worked with Laura Trump to take us through to a tremendous victory. One of the, as the media says, one of the most consequential presidential elections ever. They say in 129 years, whatever that may mean. But whatever it is, it was a great election we had, and we won your state. All 3 times we won your state. And all 3 primaries we won your state. So we won it 6 times, I guess, Mr. Congressman. And it's a great place. And I wanted to come here. And before I went anywhere, frankly, in the campaign, I promised that I'd come back to Western North Carolina to help the people of the state. And today, here I am to deliver on that promise. And we have a lot of things in mind. And we're getting the Army Corps of Engineers all set. You need your riverbanks fixed. You need a lot of roads fixed. And we're going to get it done in rapid time. And I've asked Susie Wiles and all of my people to start calling up, get the Corps ready, and they're going to get ready to go. I don't know what it is. I don't know what took so long for the other administration. But remember, I wasn't here for the first 4 months or 3 months, whatever it may be. See, we can only start as of essentially 1 or 2 days ago, and we've made a lot of progress over the last couple of days, Michael. I understand we're going to get you the resources you need and the support that you deserve, and we'll be at your side through every step of the rebuilding, and no American is going to be left behind. The people that I just met are so great, and the people that own that house is going to be very beautiful in a little while. And who knows, if Franklin decides, maybe he'll rip it down and build him a new one, because sometimes you can do that just as easily. But we're going to take care of the people. I want to thank our great First Lady for coming today. She really wanted to be here. She said, no, I want to go. And, she sees what happened, and she felt very badly, and she wanted to go. And we're then going out together to Los Angeles, but she wanted to be in North Carolina. She saw what happened. She has a feeling like I do for North Carolina. So thanks as well to a great gentleman, Franklin Graham, and his father, Billy Graham. I used to go with my father to Yankee Stadium and places to watch his father preach. And he was some preacher. You got good stock. You come from the ultimate genes, I can tell you. But he was really something. And Franklin, though, has done so much, and his father's looking down on him right now. I guarantee for a long time he's been looking down on Franklin, saying, I'm very proud of you, son. He really is, because what Franklin's done with Samaritan's Purse is incredible. They told me just yesterday that Samaritan's Purse has been great, but the FEMA people sort of left you high and dry, but we're going to change that around. We're not happy with FEMA. As well as all of the representatives. You have great representatives here. Chuck Edwards, who's here someplace. Where's Chuck? Right here. Where's Chuck? Chuck. Tim Moore. Tim, thank you, Tim. Great job, too. Both of you guys. Virginia Fox, a power. She's a power, that one. Don't ever have her as your enemy. It's not good. It's not healthy. Pat Harrigan. Good job, Pat. Addison McDowell. These guys were just here, just put in, and they're doing a fantastic job. Addison, thank you very much. Great. Mark Harris. Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Mark.
Brad Knott. Thank you, Brad. Greg Murphy. Fantastic guy, my friend for a long time now, right? And the RNC chairman, Michael Whatley, who really, as I said, brought us to a great victory with Laura, the chairman of the party, the whole Republican. I took Michael Whatley from North Carolina because he did the best job and put him in charge of everything, and the job they did together was incredible. Last September, Hurricane Helene became one of the deadliest natural disasters in modern American history. Rainfall rose to far more than 30 inches, which is lethal, unleashing unprecedented devastation throughout western North Carolina and many other states, as you know, but you got hit the hardest. The highest responsibility and deepest obligation of the American government is to protect its people, and that's never truer than in times of emergency like this. Unfortunately, our government failed you, but it wasn't the Trump government. It was a government run by Biden. What a terrible situation. But our government failed the people of North Carolina in this horrible crisis. For 2 months, Asheville lacked running water, and even today, some North Carolinians can't take a hot water shower. They can't drink water. They don't know where to get it. It's delivered to them by some, or they just go out and somehow find some. It's been 4 months since the storm made landfill, and still 180 roads remain closed and in ruins. Earlier this month, the Biden administration kicked 2,000 displaced North Carolinians out of their temporary housing into freezing 20-degree weather. I don't know how they did that one, because it was cold, even while your government provided shelter and housing for illegal aliens from all over the world. But under the Trump administration, the days of betrayal and neglect are over. They are over. As I said in my inaugural address, we restore the integrity, competency, and loyalty of the American government. And I think I said most of it in the inaugural address. We said a lot of things, but one of the groups of people I was thinking about is you in North Carolina. A lot of that was in reference to you and what you've had to suffer. I'm pleased to announce that under our leadership, the federal government will be surging housing solutions to the state that go beyond mere temporary hotel stays that ended up being very short term. The government wouldn't do it any longer, which is ridiculous. We'll marshal all available resources to bring back potable water and make your water and infrastructure dramatically more reliable very quickly. Today, I'll also be signing an executive order slashing all red tape and bureaucratic barriers and permits to ensure the rapid reconstruction of the roads here in western North Carolina. We're going to go through a permitting process that's called no permitting, just get it done. That's the way they built them many years ago, I guarantee you that, right? We will get them back very quickly, and we'll begin the work of fundamentally changing, terminating, or overhauling FEMA. FEMA's been a disaster no matter where they are. We're honored to be joined today very quickly by several families affected by the vicious storm. I'd like to ask each of them to share their story. Chris and Kim West, you could come forward. Ramona Nix, Jackie Mitchell, and Thomas Gary Bright. And finally, the Wright family. And come on up and maybe say a few words, please. Thank you very much. Hello.
Hi.
Come on in here.
Whenever it started, we started moving our vehicles to the top of the road, and by the time we got the vehicles moved, the water had already hit our ankles in the house. And so I grabbed my purse and my little pug dog, and my husband grabbed the dog food and put it in a trash bag, and by the time we got out into the driveway, it was already waist deep, and there was sticks and that kind of thing. I didn't think I was going to make it, but we did make it out, and we made it to the top of the road, and we were kind of stuck there for hours because we couldn't get out any of the ways because it was flooded all the way around. It took us hours, and we sat there and finally it receded enough to where we could actually get out. It was probably like close to midnight, and it started like 5, 6 o'clock in the morning. We just lost everything that we had. Didn't even have a brush for like 3 days. So. Thank you.
Okay, good. Would you like to say something with that beautiful baby?
Yeah, so when the hurricane storms hit North Carolina, hit our home, my daughter and my wife and I were actually out of town. But unfortunately, my dad was still at home, and my mother was staying at our house with our animals. And the waters got so high that it actually lifted between that and the tornado that came through, or microburst is what they've been calling them, and lifted his home and the house that I grew up in and crashed it into our barn. It took away his business. It took away all of our tools and tractors and everything needed to keep the farm going. And my mother was trapped in the house, and there was no way to escape because the water got so high. The only thing she could do was ride it out and wait till the waters came down. So we've been doing a little bit of battling with our insurance and FEMA. We did have proper insurance with flood insurance and homeowners insurance. But since we had proper insurance, FEMA's not been able to assist us with a whole lot of things. And again, we've been having some issues with trying to get some payout for our insurance in a timely manner. We had to do mold mitigation on our home, which is extremely expensive, before the structural engineer even came out in order to get our flood payout. And to me, that was not really acceptable.
Has the insurance company been responsive or not really?
Not so much. Again,
give you the money they have to give you.
I'm hoping so, and we need some assistance with that. We reached out to an attorney.
What's the name of the insurance company?
North Carolina Farm Bureau.
You got to move it, right?
Yep.
That's terrible.
That's what we're after here.
A lot of people having that problem too, with the insurance companies, different insurance companies, and they're all difficult, or just the one particular one?
I've heard different stories from others, and a lot of folks
are responsive.
And I've heard some good instances of even Farm Bureau themselves. But in my case, they'd send out a third-party adjuster immediately. Well, they wound up firing that third-party adjuster group. He gave us a quote for a much higher estimate than what we received.
He got fired?
And then he got let go. Yeah, he got fired. So then they brought in another third-party adjuster to come in and lowball us. We've not received any kind of... So the flood insurance is our primary insurance, and so there was roof leaks in the home that the inspectors found, the adjusters. Well, that contributed to us losing some of our personal property as it come in the third story where there's no, or second story living space, where the flood water, well above the flood waters. So they've neglected us for...
Is your mother saved?
Yes, she's saved. Yep.
You wrote her down?
She's right here.
Okay.
So we made it.
Not exciting, right?
That's right.
How scared were you?
Very.
Did you think you were going to make it?
No.
You didn't think so?
Nope. I just started praying.
So you were sort of on a boat. Your house became a boat.
It's a big pontoon.
That's some story.
It was a beach house on the steps.
I'll bet this guy would like to say something.
I was next door to the house, and my son was out of town, so when he came in to Charlotte to my sister's, he called about 2 in the morning because at midnight the water was still in the stream, within the banks. So when he called, the water was coming up, so I started moving vehicles up to about 5:30 in the morning, and she was in the house, and I pulled up to the steps and I said, hop on the fender and I'll get you out. Well, he built a beach house on stilts, 5 times higher than the floodplain. And she said, well, he said I'd be okay. So I'm staying with the dogs. So I went to higher ground with some vehicles, hers included, and the water covered everything. But I'd already seen it come around both sides of my place. So I got my blind and deaf dog and a bag of valuables and took up off the side of the hill behind my house. And then was heading to the cemetery back there because I knew it was open, because there was trees falling and uprooting. It was raining.
You never saw anything like that?
No, I've been through floods all my life around there. Never nothing.
Never been anything like that? But you're okay, right?
Yep. House destroyed.
Yeah, well, we're going to help you out. We're going to help you out.
Appreciate it. Thanks for being here.
Anybody else? You guys okay?
Our day that morning began a little taller with some trees falling into our house, which our house goes back 4 generations, 80 years, and never came close to flooding. And we woke up with trees about 4:30 or 5 in the morning, and our house sits 0.3 of a mile back off the road. And the water, we've had flooding and such in the lake, but nothing like we saw. And like most everybody else, we moved 5 vehicles this far up, lawnmowers and everything else, and the water started coming in the house. And when it got up to about ankle high, we have a loft. I got her up in that and tried to gather what you might want, which was totally random. And then when it made it to the loft and started getting up to about her hips, I built a little makeshift ladder and we got out on our roof. And we spent 4 hours on the roof. I had a little baggie. I did notes on my cell phone to my 2 kids and my 2 grandkids, and something to identify me in case we were lost in it.
Did you think you were going to make it?
No, we were. Oh, you didn't? Yeah, we didn't think we were going to make it at all. I mean, our house was 25 feet underwater.
So you didn't think you were going to live?
No, we were watching houses, trailers, bodies coming by us. And we lived in the Azalea Road area in East Asheville.
We watched our garage.
Yeah, we watched our garage float by.
You just missed out.
Yeah. But, we got to a point where it crested about 4 feet up on the roof. We took about 3 or 4 hours for it so we could kind of do everything in reverse and got out in the mud to higher ground. And I got out higher ground up to the subway and got over to her daughter's house, where when she saw that I didn't have her, she lost it. I was like, she's okay, she's alive. And we tried to make our way back in there and gather things best we could. But, found a body right away. There was about 8 bodies in our area that first 2 weeks located. And we were lucky we weren't one of them and blessed. But like other people, no insurance on flood insurance, so we had to depend on FEMA. They did what they could do, and of course it's not enough. Yeah, not crazy. But again, we're thankful to be alive, but it's a long haul.
What are you doing now?
Staying in a camper. I've never been, if y'all notice, I'm a big guy. I don't sleep in campers very well. And the first night we spent in the camper, very grateful with the Asheville Dream Center coming through with one. And
you still have the land?
Oh yeah, it's family land. Yeah, the land, it looks like a beach now. It's sand, but
can it be built on?
Yes.
Do you intend to do that?
Yes.
You want to build again?
Yeah, Samaritan's Purse. We're working with them. We're working with people. It's 80 years, 4 generations.
But the house is totally gone.
No, the house is there. It's down to they came in and mudded it, but everything in it was completely destroyed. But it's tough. I think we're at a point in Asheville where people's forgot about Asheville, and it's stagnant. Everything is stopped. Thank you, sir. Appreciate that.
Take care.
Thank you, Jack.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm a Pastor Nix, our church right down the road. We had only purchased in May, And it's a big church. We're a small congregation. And I had people say, what are you going to do with this big building? And I said, only God knows. And we had our dedication, and the storm came the next week. And the outpouring of people. My son brought the first load of supplies. And from there, I stayed there for about 3 months. I slept on the floor for about 3 weeks because the need was so great. The people were so devastated, and I said, I want to be here for them. And they were coming in just day and night, so there's really no need for me to go home. But we had people from Kentucky, Tennessee, Texas, Indiana, Oklahoma, people from all over. We have not received any help, like from the government or anything. But I said, Lord, if you want us to do that, people.
So they came from
all over the states.
But FEMA did nothing.
It was the locals.
Wasted time and money.
The locals and the people that knew us. And before the week was over, our church was so packed with supplies we couldn't even walk. Even in our sanctuary, it was up to the platform of things, and in our halls and in our rooms. And we're just now beginning to get a little straightened out. But somebody said, how long are you going to be here? I said, I'm going to be here through the winter and even on, if possible, because when you meet people that's been through the struggle. I had a little lady come up, and I said, can we do anything special for you? And she said, I don't want to be selfish, but said, could I have a cup of coffee? And I handed her that coffee, and she stood there, and tears just poured. She said, you don't realize how important the little things. It's not the big things in life that we have, but it's the little things and knowing that God is our source. I don't look to man. I don't have to have a lot of things. I had trees, about 20 trees down in my yard, but that didn't really matter. It doesn't matter, because the needs of the people is what I want to be there for. God is good. He's very good. And my daughter now, her house is really in bad shape, and I'll let her tell you about that. But thank you, President. This is our president. We appreciate you so much.
I live out in the Fairview area of North Carolina, and near the Back Cave, Lake Lure area. And our area was hit. It was hit really hard. I was home alone, and my husband had stayed in town because we take care of a little lady that's 98 years old, and she lives out in the woods by herself. And I said, just stay with her and make sure that she's okay. And I got up the next morning, and my first thought was, I want to go see what our road and bridge looks like. So as I was making it down to the road and the bridge, there was no road and bridge. And so, here we are, we're like at a little island, we can't access the main road or anything. And then the fire department came by the next day and said that they were evacuating me and my neighbor because a landslide was going to come. And they told me to get my stuff and get ready. And so while I was getting my stuff and getting ready, there was a knock at the door, so I thought it was the fireman. And I went to the door, and there stood my 21-year-old son. His name's Nathan, and he had drove as far as he could to get to me, but he hiked 5 miles, and it took him a really long time. And he got there, and he said, Mom, grab a bag, we gotta go. And I said, son, there's no way I can hike out of here. And he's like, no. He said, we gotta go. So we started hiking out, and I seen one of my neighbors who, she had no clothes on. Her skin was like chunked up. It was just, she was blue. She had been in the waters, and where she had went or I don't know, but horrific is just all I can say. But then as me and my son hiked on out, we went through where this place, we call it Craigtown, but there were like a lot of family members there that passed away, like 11 of them, and there were people out everywhere looking for their loved ones, and there were dead bodies. My son's like, Mom, you're going to see things you don't want to see. And so anyway, we got through all that, but I stayed at our church in our sound booth. My husband and I, we just slept up in the sound booth for a couple of months because we didn't have power or anything for about 2 months out there. And then we went back. I've been fighting with FEMA since day one. Our community, there's like 32 homes. We don't have a road and a bridge. We're driving through our neighbor's property. I went to EMS and I said, look, my concern is if we have a fire or we have an emergency out here, you're not going to get to us. You can't get those big trucks up here. And I've called and called and called FEMA, and I said this happened on September 27th. That's 4 months ago. Well, for us, today is still September 27th. We haven't had help. And so when I talk to FEMA, I'm explaining the road and the bridge, and they send me a letter that tells me to basically fix it and send in my receipts, and they'll refund me some money. I'm looking at a road and bridge that, honestly, the bridge itself is probably going to be $300,000, and the road could be close to that also, because the community has to have big boulders brought in. We're not a rich community. We can't fix it ourselves. It's just, and as far as like house repairs, I'm still pending. I can't get money from FEMA until I fix the road and bridge and send in my proof that it's fixed and everything. It's been a nightmare, and I totally feel like that we have been forgotten. If it had not been for our fellow American citizens who stepped up to help us, I don't know what we would have done. I have 5 neighbors around me who completely lost everything. I have damage to my house, and I don't feel entitled. I'm embarrassed to even say I need help, because and sometimes there's even that survivor's guilt is what they're calling it, but you feel guilty to even be alive sometimes. When you look around, you see your neighbors that are gone, and it's just, we need help. I wrote a letter to send to Congress. I don't understand what's going on. If we can't get FEMA help, then will you guys help us? Will you step up and be our fellow citizen? Will you step up and be our neighbor and send us something? Help us get our community back. I could go on. It's just I don't know, it's just heartbreaking. I appreciate you.
Good daughter you have, huh? Good daughter. Take care of Mama. And your son must be great.
My son is great.
No, he sounds like a real leader this morning.
He really is. To hike in.
How would you have been if he didn't come and get you?
I don't know. I'd just been there because the only thing we could do, there was no way to get out there. The only thing we could do is just hike up to the church, the first church that was up there, about 3 miles, just to get, maybe what we needed or something. I don't know. He is. Thank you.
Sounds good. Well, again, thank you very much, everybody. So we're going to be here. We're going to be working with our congressmen and women, and they're going to do a job. And Michael Watley is going to be very much in charge, and you'll get it done. And FEMA's ready to rock. They haven't done the job because they weren't really told to do the job by Biden. I guess Biden was thinking about other things, wasn't he? But they weren't told. What they did, what the past administration did to North Carolina is a disgrace. So I just want to wish you all well. I was here right after the event, and I couldn't believe it. I have never seen anything like it. I've seen a lot of bad things, but I've never seen anything like it. And it's an honor to meet the people behind me, and it's an honor to be with our congressional delegation and some of the other politicians in the area. And it's an honor to have Michael Watley at my side, because maybe we wouldn't be standing here as president if he wasn't. Him and Laura Trump were unbelievable as the head of the Republican Party. So he happens to come from a place called North Carolina. So I said, Michael, fix it. So good luck. Good luck. And we'll supply what you need. You know that. Okay? Thank you. Thank you all very much.
Mr. President, Mr. President, real quick, I'm hearing all these heartbreaking stories and how there's been so many local groups that have stepped up to assist these families. Is there any talk on having money, instead of going to FEMA and go through the bureaucracy, to go to them, to these groups? We want to bring it locally.
so that the state takes care of its problem, and then they can bring it down to a local level, like Samaritan's Purse and Franklin. Is one of the better examples. But you had numbers of people that did a great job. You have groups that did a great job and organizations. The one that didn't do a good job was the government. They did a bad job. They did, in many ways, they did no job. They weren't even available. So, good question. The answer is we go local. I think it'll work much better. FEMA is a very expensive organization that really doesn't work out very well. It hasn't. This is not the only example. So it was up to me right now. It ended right now, and I just let the state take care of the problem. I mean, you can always have problems. Let the state. If it's Florida, it's a hurricane. Let Florida take care of it. They don't need FEMA to come in. Yeah.
What's the role for Mr. Watley? Is it within FEMA, outside of FEMA?
Any role he wants.
He's a very capable guy, Michael Watley, a very capable guy, and he's friends and works with these guys, keeps them elected, right? They have to do a good job, otherwise, no matter how good Michael is, not going to work. But they've done an amazing job. They've been great. You're lucky you have great congressmen here, and woman, by the way, a great woman, very powerful woman. And they're going to do a great job. They'll do it together. They'll work together, and we'll supply what they need as they need it. We'll coordinate that, and we will immediately get the Army Corps, Michael, because you need roads built. You know, we're talking about the bridge. We're talking about roads and things. So we got to get them built, all right? Okay? Thank you all very much. Thank you very much.
Okay, we got to go. Turn around.
Okay, we're going to go to our own Brian Glenn. Brian, can you give us a summary of what we've just seen?
Yeah, what we just saw was a true leader that's meeting with the American people, who are listening to their concerns, who's on the ground dealing with the issues, and I saw the pure and raw emotion from the president. I saw the concern that First Lady Melania had for these stories that these people were telling. That's what I saw. I saw humanity coming together. I saw a president who loves this country. I saw a president who loves to help people, and I saw a leader today. And let me tell you, Steve, if anybody had any doubts that President Trump is not the right person at this particular point in history to not only turn this country around, but specifically rebuild North Carolina and these other cities, I don't know who else is.
Very powerful. Mainstream media is all over. I want to go to you, Brian, because I think it's the point of the day is that about FEMA, about this restructuring of FEMA. One thing for the audience I can tell you, having done this now for 10 years, one of the most important things you saw today is the media are asking questions about what is happening. In the past, we would do very powerful things with President Trump, and the media go, well, tell me about Comey, tell me about Shifty Schiff, tell me about, just attack. The media today is actually asking good questions about the thing itself, what he's there to do. That, Brian Glenn, is an absolute sea change. Your thoughts on that? Actually, the media paying attention to what's going on and asking good questions about it.
Indeed, because the stakes are higher than they ever have. You know, for years they hid behind Joe Biden and didn't ask the right questions, and this is what happened. We're just loading up in the van real quickly, Steve. We got to kind of break away. So I apologize if the camera
I'll
gets
take it, Brian.
compromised at all, but.
Brian,
guys.
Brian, you load in, and we'll take it from here. As soon as let's get the camera on that great shot. One thing Brian Glenn told us on the way in, if you remember, what we had to have cameras forward. Brian could actually see the devastation on either side of the highway. We could not, but this is an incredibly devastated area. They went down in Western Virginia, in West Virginia, North Carolina, East Tennessee, Georgia. They called that the hills and hollers of Appalachia. You're down in a holler right there with that water. When it's raining and these clouds can't get over the mountains and they just sit there in this dump, billions of gallons, you have the devastation. So you're back in a holler. You're getting it right there on a slate gray day of how rough it is down there and how tough it's been. Now, I want people to think that devastation you saw right there and around there has been there since the flood coming from Helene, and that's been 4 months ago. Heck, I think I was still in prison at the time when this happened. So this has been a while. And look, you haven't seen a whole lot of improvement of it. So we got Brian Glenn. He's in the van now. What they're going to do is go back. They're going to return to the. To the airport with the president. The president probably make quick remarks. They're running late. I calculate they're about an hour behind, which is not unusual for the president. The issue is he's got to go into those headwinds because big headwinds coming west to east. And those headwinds, he's got to leave the Asheville airport on Air Force One and transverse out to Southern California to Los Angeles. Let's assume it's a 4-hour flight. Maybe longer in those winds. You are in the western North Carolina, not leaving with D.C., but still winds calculate 4 hours. You leave at 2. You're there at 6 Eastern time, 3 o'clock. You have time. Because it's most important, I think, for him to tour Palisades or Altadena. I think he's going to Palisades to see that in the daylight hours. I think the devastation will have a major, major impact right there. This is some of the footage we had from last week. Really proud of Real America's Voice. We had this is Ben Burkholm's footage out there. It was absolutely stunning. This is 4 months after the flood, and really nothing had happened. I mean, that's what the folks look at that right there, folks in North Carolina. So this is the footage you're seeing that we were there 10 days ago. Just a programming note, I'm going to stick around. We're remote. We've been remote for a couple of days. I'm going to stick around and do the 5 to 7 War Room live from here. I'll stick around and do as much afternoon coverage as they need. I knew Jack Posobiec is live at the Jack's at the he's at the March for Life right now. We may toss to him in a while as we go back to Tarmac. So the president will be in the air for probably 4 hours. We're also going to cover it live out there in Pasadena today. We're going to have hopefully a team put together. There we don't have special access. We're not going to have special coverage. We have it here right now. You see some of the great footage of the devastation, just incredible. 4 months afterwards, and almost nothing is done. President's out there today to let the forgotten man and woman know that he is with them. He stands with them. He would not go to Davos. He would not go to the world's elite. They had to suck on it on a video, a powerful, powerful video. President Trump, Captain Jim Fennell, one of the sharpest people in the intelligence community I've ever met, and a naval strategist, said he thought it was as powerful as President Reagan's Evil Empire speech in 1983, which was a pivot point in the last years of the Cold War and taking down the Soviet Union. He thought it was that powerful. He put the global elites on notice yesterday. President Trump is now returning to, it's about 20 minutes, I think, from where we are. Franklin Graham, I tell you, when you talk about good people, Billy Graham, the whole Samaritan's Purse, everywhere you look, they're there. They have really, we knew this from the last 10 days ago when we were there, people saying Samaritan's Purse and other local philanthropic and charities were really the people that gave, but they're putting up money and getting things done, although at a tiny level what you could do given the size of resources you need. President Trump said something very powerful on the way out. His last thing, he said that FEMA had the money, had the resources, wanted to use it, but it was, what did he say, stopped by Joe Biden? That's a pretty serious charge. I think that will have to be pursued. The president said it. He clearly has some facts to back that up. That is a very serious charge. President Trump's been all over FEMA, signed an executive order, wants to restructure FEMA. He says what he wants to do is give the money so it gets there quickly to governors. In this case, in North Carolina, let's cut to the van. We got the van right there. We can't take that camera. That's in the press van. The Secret Service makes you have just what they call a tail light shot. You can put your camera in the car in front of you. You're not allowed to really take it side to side. It's one of the many security issues that you have to sign off on when you are part of a press pool or when you're going. We have our own camera today, which is quite unusual. Normally, traditionally, there's one camera in a press pool. People rotate through it. In the press, and all the major press, the major international press and the major U.S. media have virtually all the slots, all the seats. And you can imagine whatever the president would say would change stock markets, capital markets. What he said here today had major impact on talking about economic. He made a discussion about tariffs, trade, what he's thinking along that line. Also, in California. Remember, in Southern California, they're talking up to $250 billion, kind of the Ukraine-type numbers. The devastation's out there so great. California, keep in mind, is, I think, the 5th, 6th, or 7th largest economy in the world, standalone. It's an economy the size of Italy or the United Kingdom. I mean, it's at that scale. It's also the railhead of the greatest technological innovation in the world. That would be the apartheid state of Silicon Valley, run by progressives. Also, Hollywood, the entertainment industry down in Southern California, massive biotech industry in North San Diego County. So obviously huge military facilities, but a massive, massive, massive economy. Some of the questions they have out there, President Trump's going to have, is very different very different than he had in North Carolina. In North Carolina, there's not a lot of questions, although the global warming guys saying, hey, these hurricanes are bigger than ever. I don't know if there's actual scientific proof to back that up. What we do know has been a lack of focus, a lack of urgency, a lack of response to actually help the little guys in Appalachia. Southern California is very different. And where Governor Stein, the Democratic governor in Carolina, was there to meet President Trump, he was part of the contingent that went around. He was mentioned and got a name check a couple of times by President Trump. Out in Southern California, let's face it, it's going to be different. Newsom is another guy like Pritzker who's thinking of running in 2028. Although I would tell you what's happened with in the last 4 weeks, I think really is a major setback for Newsom, both for his policies that he supported and just not stepping into the decision and looking like a leader in what's happening. He gave an interview where he was kind of using his hands, and I think too preliminarily talking about they're going to build a city of the future and do all this great stuff. It's all going to be digital. Not the time when people are going through the trauma of coming back and seeing a place like Pacific Palisades, which is this beautiful kind of quaint village of kind of very understated elegance, and you see it and it's gone. It's like I said, Tokyo in the 1945 firebombing, nothing left, and what is left has been condemned. Even the houses, I believe, that are still standing, the people can't get full access to. In that regard, it may be a little... President Trump is very magnanimous. You saw him right there. He wants to make people feel better. He wants to make people, he spends time with them. He's very empathetic. I say this all the time. President Trump's a guy with a big heart. He's a people person. He loves those interactions with people. You saw right there how empathetic, how gracious he is to Franklin Graham and giving Franklin Graham a heads up, the local officials, and of course the people. He let the family that was devastated come up in their kind of own vernacular. Tell America, tell the world exactly what happened, exactly why relief hasn't come. President Trump and First Lady Melania, I want to give a hat tip for her. I think it's incredibly important and very powerful, given her schedule and given other demands on her time, that she would come out today. And as President Trump said, she really wanted to come to North Carolina. I think that means so much for the people, for the forgotten man and woman, to know that someone not just as elegant, but on the world stage as First Lady Melania Trump would say, hey, I want to go to North Carolina with you. But Melania does not make a lot of trips with the president. This is pretty unusual. She'll make a couple of political stops, maybe. she'll go out every now and again, but she's not someone that says, I want to jump on the plane and let's go. So this really, I think, meant a lot to people. There we have the full shot. You can see a little bit outside of some of the devastation outside as we go along the interstate back to the airport in Western North Carolina. Like I said, the situation in Southern California is very different. It is, and I've had explained to me by people, not MAGA people or not people right wing, but some of these environmental scientists say, look, what happened in Southern California was like a cannon. And the cannon was all this foliage, and they've had a couple of wet winters and they had a lot of growth. And the cannon shot, and it shot into Palisades, it shot into Malibu. When it went off, the question is what started. There is one school of thought that it was the homeless and some of the meth addicts that through the California homeless policy are there. Other people think it may have been started. Other people are saying some of the power lines. It still has not been an investigation. Has still not really been formally even, I think, kicked off to get to the bottom of it. I think kind of it fits and starts. But the situation we had Josh Pettit on here is what caused that cannon to be loaded? What has happened over the last 10, 20, 30 years to have these policies? And that's why people say, are there going to be strings attached? Well, you have to have an adult conversation. I think this is the American people's money. It's not just Southern California's money. This is American people's money. And you see Bill Maher and these progressives and guys on the hard left on the shows. I mean, they're lighting off on the fact that, hey, they pay 13% taxes. They pay the highest taxes in the country as far as state tax. They pay 13% taxes, other local taxes added in. They're heavily taxed in California. And he said, hey, we didn't get competent or reliable protection. The fire, even the police was all about DEI, about equity and inclusion, not about competence. They really focused on the fire department in the mayor's office, but I think you take it all the way up to Gavin Newsom. And, the ideas have consequences. And this is a situation where these radical ideas about how to actually run things had blowback. Darren Beattie was on this show, I think now almost 9 months ago. We were talking about the FAA. We are a series in an advanced industrial economy. We're a series of interlocking complex systems. Those complex systems are run by professionals, designed by professionals. They change and mutate and respond to new variables that are out there, but they're complex systems. Part of the complex system is the ability to adapt. We've had a situation here in the United States because of just not getting competent people in, and that is, there is a correlation with DEI and just not getting people that can fill billets at levels of competence, right? That some of these complex systems because of this equity in hiring, diversity in hiring, are just not running like they are. And you can look out in Southern California. One of the questions I have, when you look at some of the videos of people who were there, is where were the firemen? The fire department is the courage and the bravery and the focus. I mean, these guys will jump on it and fight a fire in a second. The question, the deployment of them, the organization of it, it just shocked me, particularly looking at Palisades, that one, you just didn't see where the firemen were on the spots that these things burnt down. And number two, where was the water? President Trump is maniacal, and I can tell you, I think that French have a concept for it called idea fixed. When President Trump gets an idea in his head, and I tell you, you're not going to get him off that idea. I've seen this so many times. He is on this situation about water, and he's not going to take any spin. Part of it out there today, he's going to ask some hard questions. And the people at the water department and Newsom in this crowd better have some answers, because people out there who are progressives, who are not forget they're not supporters of President Trump. These are people that have detested President Trump in the past. They're saying, hey, I think Trump's onto something, and they want to have answers. Remember, the progressives have really backed these policies for decade after decade after decade. In the vast majority of cases, particularly in Palisades, it was their houses that went down. Now, the Palisades is not Holmby Hills. It's not Bel Air. It's not Beverly Hills. This is very understated. You don't have the huge mansions you have in those areas, those three kind of areas in West Hollywood, Beverly Hills being first, Bel Air being next, Holmby Hills being the other. And that's around Los Angeles Country Club and very exclusive. But, I mean, these places are mansions. These things are going now $40, $50 million. Massive homes, lawns, gardens, or what we call grounds to be tended, but standalone on acres of property or huge swaths of property. These are mansions. Pacific Palisades is very different. Pacific Palisades is very understated. When then actor Ron Reagan went out there, and I think Reagan moved out there in the late 50s or 60s. Nancy Reagan, who was a very much understated elegance, kind of like First Lady Melania, understated elegance, wanted to move out to Palisades. And the people in the Palisades at the time were that crowd that didn't want to be flashy, and wanted as close to kind of hometown America as you get. The two places you had a chance to do that were really in Pasadena, which I call Nebraska in Southern California, and Pacific Palisades. But over time, it got very, very, very progressive. So these people have supported these policies. We just lost our feed right there. We'll pick it back up. So there we go again. That feed you're watching right there, for those that are watching on our service, that feed is from our own camera, Brian Glenn. And Brian Glenn, I think, got in 5 questions already to the president. President appreciated every one of them. Brian is a pro, been doing this biz job since I think the late 1980s, both at local media and then at Right Side Broadcasting for many years during the MAGA movement, and then over here to Real America's Voice. was going to be our Capitol Hill, has deep relationships on Capitol Hill and really dialed in there, was going to be our Capitol Hill correspondent, but I think now is going to take time also in the White House because he's highly regarded by folks over there, and so highly regarded. But this is the first trip of the president, and opening salvo was Real America's Voice, got its own camera, Brian Glenn, and Brian Glenn performed. The cameraman was terrific. The coverage was great. Brian Glenn asked, I think, 4 or 5 questions. Every question drew a great response from the president because it's a serious question. Not trying to be what the president calls a wise guy. The problem with the mainstream media, and I think there's a sea change. I will tell you right now, having done this dozens and dozens of times, you have a wrangler for the media. There was a point in 16, in the campaign in 16, and then in the White House in that first year in 17, we would put on very serious, situations like this. President Trump going out, President Trump going to see things, President Trump signing executive orders. And it would just be snark. I mean, pure hatred. They would come out. They want to know about Comey. They want to know about Russia. They want to know about Putin. They want to know about Russiagate. Just all this nonsense and really not taking care of the people's business. If you ask good questions, this is the thing about President Trump. Ask him a hard question. He wants a hard question. You're going to ask him a cheap shot question. He's going to give you something with a little edge to it, as he should. Today, I think the biggest sea change I saw. I didn't see one wise guy question. I saw actually good questions from the press. They asked good questions about the tariffs, the economy. I think it's always best, as I tell people, kind of stay on the subject of the day, understand there's breaking news and other things. They asked questions about some questions about deportations, as you should. Just talking about the overall strategy here, what President Trump is doing is that he's moving on multiple fronts at the same time. You can tell this has come from years of preparation. This just didn't occur over the last couple of weeks. I think people can understand that. Chuck Schumer yesterday ripped into Russ' vote. Russ had his second day of hearings, and Russ will be confirmed. They ripped into vote, and the reason they ripped into vote is quite simple, is that Russ is he's kind of the guy that's going to tie it together. Office of Management Budget is that coordinating facility, that entity, and it has, I think, 600 or 700 people to it. They're accountants or financiers, investment bankers, people that are program managers that understand that of the $6.5 trillion, it all in an appropriation, it's a legal document and literally gets assigned by like a code in a page down to where every penny goes. Every penny is associated with some sort of thing that's been passed in a law called the Appropriations Bill. This is what this big concept is of impoundment. President Trump and Russ Vought have a theory of the case. I support this theory that when you pass an appropriations bill, what's allocated for that is the ceiling. That is the ceiling of what Congress says to be spent. But the president can go in and impound certain monies that's not being spent in the appropriate way. That was appropriations. On the front page of the Financial Times today, yesterday, they talk about $300 billion. The president has impounded already. Of Biden's what he calls the Green New Scam, that $1 trillion, or I think it was $1.5 trillion time of what he gave. By the way, the MSNBC is reporting, just to break in here, the first active duty military has arrived at the southern border. This is something we've been monitoring closely. So the first active military President Trump has sent to the southern border he signed an emergency declaration that the border was open and he's prepared to seal it. He's sending troops there. Remember, sending troops, sending both Army and National Guard does not violate posse comitatus, the law that was passed at the end of the Civil War that says you cannot use U.S. Troops, military. The federal government cannot send them into states for policing activities. That is not this. You can declare a national emergency, particularly something that's directly tied to our sovereignty. As the southern border is, the president has directed the United States Army and other military to go to the southern border. It's already been designated with the states of what's going to happen. Principally, you'll see a lot of that in Texas and Arizona and California. And the governors there are working with the president to make sure everything is. I know Katie Hobbs may be working. Without a smile on her face. Newsom today, I'm sure the president's going to talk to Newsom. One of the things you talk about policy and contingent, it's going to be very difficult to talk to the president about, hey, we got to put in $200 billion to federal money, of taxpayers' money, to basically rebuild Los Angeles and rebuild those parts of Los Angeles with the existing environmental policies they have, which I think you can say led to a lot of this. Also with migrant, Gavin Newsom had just passed $50 million in the California legislature of money just to resist President Trump across the board, not just for deportations of illegal aliens, but across the board. But, Mayor Bass has been one of the most arrogant and up in President Trump's face, as bad as Johnson in Chicago, although she's chilled the last couple of weeks as they're starting recall. And I think recalls, I'll look to my producer here, I believe formal recalls on Bass and Newsom actually started yesterday. I think committees reform, if you can text me something on that. So you're going out to a situation where both Newsom and Bass are now in the process of being recalled. Remember, Newsom was already recalled before. The recall wasn't that close. I think he got recalled 55-45. It was that you then have to immediately, he was nominated and ran again to fight for his seat, and I think he won 65-35. It was a pretty big blowout because they really didn't have I don't consider Bruce Jenner and Larry Elder, who are both great guys, I don't consider them to be really competitive when you're talking about replacing a guy as a governor. I think that may change this time. I know that I think there's word that Caruso is looking to replace Bass as mayor of Los Angeles. He barely lost that race the first time. I know, and that's why President Trump is sitting there going, hey, I want voter ID. We're not going to have this Los Angeles situation where a guy like Caruso, puts all this money in and puts out a pretty definitive program. What are we seeing? Okay, well, let's go. We're going to go now. J.D. Vance is actually at the Right to Life in Washington, D.C. Let's go to Vice President Vance. Till we get to the airport, let's go to Vice President Vance live right now on the mall. Let's go to Vice President Vance, his remarks.
Instead, and I know you all saw the news, the 47th president has already issued pardons to those unjustly imprisoned. And I want to be clear that this administration stands by you, we stand with you, and most importantly, we stand with the most vulnerable and the basic principle that people exercising the right to protest on behalf of the most vulnerable should never have the government go after them ever again. Now, the crowd assembled here in this incredible national mall provides an extraordinary example for our nation. You donate to diaper banks, you help find housing for those in need, you help fund the crisis pregnancy centers that give help to young women and young men in a time of crisis. You guys are the beating heart of the pro-life movement, and you have saved many lives already, and you're going to save more again. You being here this very March is a reminder of the incredible strength and unity of the pro-life movement. And from the bottom of my heart, thank you. Thank you for being here, and thank you for marching here today. And most importantly, in your works, you remind us that the March for Life is not just a single event that happens on a frigid January day. The March for Life is the work of the pro-life movement every single day from this point forward. Now, it is a lifelong call to action, a moment in time. But every single day that you guys do what you do, from supporting young moms and dads, to fighting for the unborn, to working with our legislatures at the state and federal level, you make it possible for us to stand here and say that America is fundamentally a pro-baby, a pro-life, and a pro-family country. Now, I hesitate to give you all advice because I can see there are young and old people who have been in the pro-life movement, some of you for longer than I've even been alive, and I'm grateful to you. But if I could offer one piece of advice, it's a piece of advice born out of my own experience. There was a point when I would get frustrated with people who didn't see what we saw. I would get frustrated that people could look at a picture of a baby on an ultrasound and see not a human being, but just a clump of cells. But one of the things that being a father has taught me And one of the things that being in politics has taught me over the last couple of years is that it is a blessing to know the truth, and the truth is that unborn life is worthy of protection. So please go forth, not with frustration, but with joy. We are joyful to march for life. We are joyful to know that that picture on an ultrasound, that is a picture of a baby with hopes and dreams and potential to come. It is a joy and a blessing to fight for the unborn, to work for the unborn, and to march for life. God bless you all, and thank you for having me. It's an honor to be with you.
Okay. Vice President J.D. Vance right there, finishing a speech at the March for Life. Let's keep the camera right there. Vice President Vance. So double duty today. That's frickin' fracking it. Vice President Vance, we're back in now in the motorcade. Vice President Vance at the Right to Life movement. Great news. 23 of the Right to Lifers that were persecuted by the Biden regime and sent to prison. I'm talking women in their 70s. At Danbury, there was an amazing guy there at Danbury. He was sentenced for many years for praying outside, saying prayers outside of a rosary outside of an abortion center, sent to a prison like that for years. It's just disgusting. I mean, it's what's most revolting is know that the Biden crime family gave themselves pardons. I'm a huge advocate that those pardons should not be executed. I agree with Tom Fitton. The J6 committee, the J6 committee staff, who has nothing but criminals on it. Right now, I think we're stopping at the airport. We're going to get out. No, still going. We got a ways to go there. They're heading to the airport in Asheville. The J6 committee staff full of criminals. The J6 committee obviously full of criminals. I think these pardons are outrageous. I 100% agree with Tom Fitton, and we're advising the president that when Pam Bondi wins her confirmation. And by the way, we just saw today Pam Bondi's scheduled for another day on Wednesday. Next Wednesday, Thursday is going to be showtime for the confirmations. You're going to have Kash Patel. I think Kash Patel and Tulsi Gabbard on one day. You're going to have Bobby Kennedy and Pam Bondi on another. This is it's throwdown time. Tonight, I believe Pete Hegseth is going to be voted by the Senate to be the next Secretary of Defense. They're outraged at that. Murkowski and Collins. I think that McConnell's actually voted for him. So they're losing their grip right now. There's two in. It's John Ratcliffe, director of the CIA, and Senator Marco Rubio, who is now the Secretary of State. And you couldn't get Marco in, too quickly. Marco is a reformed neocon. He's been really America first pretty intensely over the last couple of months, and what he's talking about, ending the post-war international rules-based order and replace it with something else, I think is quite amazing. He working with hand in glove with Scott Bessent and Pete Hegseth. Those three together, I think, are pretty formidable individuals, and I understand President Trump is very, very excited about that. Where we are right now, you're in the Charlie Kirk show. Jack Posobiec's going to. I'll probably go. We're probably go in the field to Jack Posobiec as soon as we get to the North Carolina airport. You're in the van with the press right now. Our own Brian Glenn is there with his cameraman. They're going to be out momentarily. Brian is not going to be on the plane to Los Angeles. That'll be more the mainstream media and people with them. They have those slots. Those slots are very tough. Here we are right here. We're going to pick up Brian in a moment. Air Force One is fired up. It's on the tarmac. It's ready to go. As soon as the president gets back on board, they're going to light that thing up. They're running, I calculate, about 45 minutes late, but that's not too bad. Try to make it up in the air, or they're going to hit some headwinds. They want to get out to California early in the afternoon in Southern California. A big afternoon there. Like I said, it's going to be, I think, a little more contentious in there. I think there are definitely going to be some hard questions asked by the president. He wants answers on this water situation, the Palisades And there's been a lot of different answers, and it doesn't matter. This doesn't matter. But hey, the fire hydrants had no water. The Palisades Reservoir that holds 117 million gallons of water was empty for repairs to a cover that people tell me was just cosmetic. Okay, let's go. This is now Air Force One. You see the media. Now, look, this is what, there's Brian Glenn. He's going to be joining as soon as he gets a signal. This is what the White House staff has to deal every time. The front entryway is just for the president. He'll be coming off the left. The whole back and the back entrance is where, Brian, let's go to you. Brian, put us on the tarmac, brother.
Okay. Well, we just got to where they're going to get everybody that was in the motorcade back on Air Force One. As you can see, some of the other staff members are making their way up there. We're kind of in a hold position underneath the wing. At this point, everyone's kind of saying their goodbyes and doing their send-offs. What a fantastic day we've seen on the president, Steve. I mean, I was monitoring some of the chats, and people are absolutely love of what they're seeing right now. And I think what they're seeing is a leader. They're seeing a president. They're seeing someone who knows the pain and suffering that this country is going through right now and is absolutely committed to fixing the problem, Steve. And we saw true leadership today right here in North Carolina.
Just to put you just in perspective, through that back door, that's where the staff will go, some of the Secret Service, other security. That's where the media goes. All in the media sits in the back. There's normally, I think, 50 or 60 seats for the world's media. They pay a big number for that seat to the U.S. government to get it. On the tarmac, you have local people that have coordinated this. The President's Advance team. I will say this, the President Vance team, from the beginning, from the very first day I came on the campaign in January 13th or 14th of 2016, been always outstanding. Advance work is always amazing. You see, and so people, and the forward steps right there, always reserved for the Commander-in-Chief. Air Force One. For Air Force One, folks, that is a floating command center. That top part, when you're inside, it is a military command center that has, I think, relatively Spartan it's conference room, all that for the president. Brian Glenn, you're right next to the plane. Tell me what it's like.
Well, they just cranked up, I guess, one of the engines. It seems like on this side, there people have started to kind of make their way on the plane. We've been lucky enough, Steve, to have kind of a hold position right here, which is nice. This is I'd have never seen this particular access to everything right now, even though we might be told to go back to where the media riser is. But you've got emergency officials are making their way onto the runway, getting in position as well, just ready to send this president off to California, where he is going to be obviously touring the devastated areas there in Pacific Palisades and talking to the people of California and trying to fix some problems. We've been told we'll go ahead and track backwards. We've got to get back behind this secure area, because guess what, Steve? This plane is about to take off, and we are definitely standing on the runway right now. But what a beautiful day here in North Carolina. This gives you a better shot anyway. We step back, Steve. What a magnificent aircraft Air Force One is. This gives us a good vantage point right here. Let's hold right here. Steve, what a great day of television. I'm hoping the American people have been watching this and they truly understand the difference between the Biden administration and the Trump administration. You've got Biden, he would never take the questions at all three locations today as President Trump did with the media. You and I both know that, and they sure wouldn't have gone out and met with the people, heard the stories. And Steve, we were
just lost Brian audio. No, let's go back to the shot. Let's go back to the shot. Don't need to see me. Let's go back to the shot. There we go. We lost everything? Okay. As soon as we get the shot back up, we'll go. Just, it's okay, here we go. At least part of it. Okay, let's go back to that shot. There we are right there. Air Force One getting ready to leave. People are on. Okay. It looks like it's sealed up. I guess President Trump went up at the beginning and we didn't. We were already in. Okay, fine. Air Force One is buttoned up now. Like I said, it's a flying military command center that takes the president. What's very close to President Trump's heart, he has helped with the redesign of new Air Force One. Brian, go ahead. Take it away, sir.
Okay, well, we just had some audio issues. No, I saw the genuine compassion that President Trump had for these people in North Carolina. I saw it. You saw it on Melania as well. It wasn't fake. It wasn't for the cameras. It wasn't for just having a moment. He truly wants to help, and he followed up on many questions that he had with these families. Are you going to rebuild? Is your land able to rebuild? What have you done as far as, is the insurance company working with you? These are the genuine questions that need to be asked. And President Trump took the leadership position today as the leader of this country, and he's on the ground talking to the people who need assistance. That's true leadership, Steve, and I saw it firsthand. They are genuinely concerned about the people here in North Carolina, and you know what? He's going to fix it.
That genuineness, Brian, came through with, and it was so perfect casting, as President Trump would say, or from central casting, have Franklin Graham with him, Melania and Franklin Graham. I mean, tell me about the whole party that was with him. It was just incredible, and the family he met down there in the hills and hollers of western North Carolina, sir.
Yeah, and to hear the story, Steve, of people escaping. And I apologize if it's hard to hear me, because now these engines are fully fired up, getting ready to roll out of here. But you heard the stories of survival. You heard the stories of humanity coming together. Let's just listen in on the speed that's going to get really loud. Air Force One leaving the regional airport here in North Carolina. Let's take a look. You probably have a better chance of hearing me right now. But no, we heard the stories. These are some stories of survival. And I'm going to give Ben Berquam a lot of credit, because he's been on the ground here. And he was telling me about all of the local efforts that have been involved in helping people. And one of the questions I asked was, could we redirect that money instead of going to FEMA and getting caught in the bureaucracy of everything, and actually go to these local groups here on the ground in North Carolina and compensate them, help them rebuild. They've done more work, it seems like, on the local level than anyone in our government. And I think President Trump, he made a mention that was a great question, and maybe perhaps, Steve, that's something that they can think about.
No, I thought all your questions were terrific, and quite frankly, I think, Brian, you're too self-effacing, but I think your questions and the way the president responded got the media to ask serious questions. I thought the media today behaved greatly. That they asked meaningful questions, some tough questions to President Trump, particularly around FEMA and this whole issue with FEMA. And I thought it was great. It was, and of course, it's quite, you got to really wrangle the press when they're out there to make sure that they get their best shots, and they're paying a lot of money for those seats. So tell me about that.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I do think this time around the questions were much more serious. They didn't get into any ridiculous questions like we've seen before. But maybe it's because the seriousness of where we're at right now. We're in a disaster zone. These people have hurt for so long. Maybe that had a little bit of gravity on the reporters here locally. No. I don't think that. No. I've seen them. Here's what it was, Brian. I think this is about American competition. They see Real America's Voice out there. People know who you are. They know where they're at. They know War Room's there. And you're asking serious questions, getting serious responses. They got a hove, too. I think this is why it's very important and I love what Stephen Chung and Taylor Bodowich and Caroline Levitt are thinking about expanding beyond the mainstream media, to have streaming services there, to have some podcasts, to have representation. It's called competition. You're there and you're the young new kid on the block. You're asking serious questions, and President Trump's responding. It's not lost on them that you're sitting there with your own camera
They get the joke, and you know what they did? They stepped up professionally and said, hey, maybe I better not ask a wise guy question. Maybe I ask a serious question. That's the way you turn this thing around. You add additional people prepared to be total professionals and ask questions of what's happening there. And if you ask questions on tariff stuff, but serious questions, Trump's going to engage you. He's going to give you a serious answer no matter how tough the question is. He'll engage, not like Biden. But if you're going to be a wise guy, and that's what we got in the first term, this, I think, you're seeing the sea change of what's happening right now, even the media's interaction with him. Brian Glenn.
Yeah, I agree with you. Let's pause for a second as Air Force One is taking off here in North Carolina. Let's just listen in on the pure power and send this president off to California. Let's listen in. That's wheels up in North Carolina. Okay, we've got to transition. We've got to transition, Steve, to get back where we were. But it's been a pleasure to work with you today, and hopefully we've got plenty more of these ahead on the schedule.
Hey, Brian Glenn, right before you turn off, there wasn't a whole lot of runway. I mean, Air Force One used all of that runway at Asheville. They used every bit of that, didn't they, baby?
He gassed it. No, he gassed it up from day one. I will say this, just a side note. I'll end the show with this. This is a live view right here. This live view failed on us. It died because we ran out of battery. So this segment brought to you by our friends over at Patriot Mobile, because I am now on my Patriot Mobile phone on Skype bringing this signal to you, because this cold weather and 4 or 5 hours on the air will drain a battery. But thanks to Patriot Mobile, we got to see Air Force One take off. And shout out to Luke here.
Brian Glenn.
Luke's done an amazing job on the ground.
Luke's amazing. Brian, what's your social media? Where do people go and follow? I know you're going to have a lot to say this afternoon. We'll look forward to getting you back in the studio and talking to you.
I appreciate it. You can go to Brian Glenn TV across the board. Brian Glenn TV. I'll be on the 3 o'clock show today, the 4 o'clock show today. I'm headed to Georgia, and I'll be down at Doral for Monday as President Trump addresses the Republican conference. That at Trump Doral, and I'll have that for you as well, live on the ground. Steve.
Fantastic, sir. See you then. Back at 3 o'clock and the 4 o'clock show. We're back live with the War Room at 2. I'm going to actually stick around. The Jack Posovic's coming back in from a bitterly cold Right to Life march. Jack was covering it out in the field. Vice President Vance just gave a very moving talk to the collective group there. Jack's going to be in studio at the War Room here, the 2 o'clock show. Starting right now, Jack's running a few minutes late. Actually, 1:55, a few minutes beforehand. Jack's going to try to get there at 2 o'clock. You're seeing the camera pick up right there on the tarmac in Asheville. Just some programming notes. We're going to be 5 to 7 tonight. Natalie Winter's going to join me for a while. Dave Bratt's going to join me for a while. We're going to have wall-to-wall coverage of everything that's been going on, this massive kind of revolution of common sense, what we call the Days of Thunder. And it's really going well. We can go. You want to take a break at the top? You want to get a break in here at the top of the hour? We can come back. We'll blow through it if you want. The producers tell me. Good. Yeah. Jack, let's get him in. I could talk forever. Is Posobiec in the? Let's go to the War Room. We got our own Jack Posobiec. Okay, fine. We'll set it back up in a second. I'm going to be from 5 to 7 tonight. The president's on a roll. He is in. He's going to be in L.A. this afternoon. We're going to cover that wall to wall. The president's then going to be in Vegas tomorrow. Our own David Zier is going to be there. I'm going to try to talk Segal Chatta to also join us for coverage tomorrow morning. We're going to have a full War Room 10 to noon. We're going to have tons of analysis, tons of observation of this historic first week of President Trump's second term. We're also going to be covering. David Zier is going to give us a heads up. President Trump's going to be out in Vegas. Seeing people starting at 1 o'clock. Real America's Voice will be there covering that. Real America, the president's going to be back in Florida. He is going to be at the Republican conference on Monday. Very important. They're going to talk about the budgets. Of course, Brian Glenn is going to be there covering that wall to wall. Jack Posobiec is going to join us momentarily. We need to take a break, or I can keep talking. I can talk forever, right? They're getting full duty out of me today. 30 seconds. 30 seconds. We'll take a short commercial break. We're going to be a short commercial break. Finally, we're going to get back here, take a short commercial break. When we come back, I think Jack Posobiec's going to be in the war room. I'm here on the road, but doing wall-to-wall coverage. I'll be here to 7 o'clock tonight. 3 and 4 o'clock, Brian Glenn's going to be back at the local show. I think Gruber, and we're going to go to Florida for the show and get some feedback from Brian Glenn. Short commercial break. Back in the war room in a moment.
Moments away, President Trump will be landing behind me.
Real America's Voice and Brian Glenn, because of great reporting, has been invited especially to go. This has been totally abandoned. This is the forgotten man and woman, completely abandoned.
If you want to know what President Trump is up to, just turn on Real America's Voice.
The communication staff understands the power of streaming and the power of things like Real America's Voice.
This media landscaping is changing now.
The First Lady's first trip is with her husband, the President of the United States, showing how much she cares about this. This is Real America's Voice, has been invited by the White House communications team.
I think it's just a wonderful thing that he's here today.
I'm stopping in North Carolina first because they've been abused by what's happened. I mean, it's terrible.
A lot of Americans think that this is symbolic of what your campaign was all about. America first, putting your priorities to Americans, even going to California where their policies might have been one of the biggest reasons why they've had these problems, but you're putting the American people first. Your thoughts on that?
We are. Thank you. I like that question. Boy, I want more questions like that. That's even a statement. Thank you very much. He's a good man, that guy. And he's also a very professional reporter, I have to say. Thank you very much. Yeah, we're putting America first. Thank you. Thank you.
When the mainstream media is like, how did Trump come back? How they came back was pick and shovel work every day. War room every day for 4 hours a day was hammering this. These new media outlets and people like yourself that bet everything and put all the chips in the middle of the table and say, hey, we back this guy, we back this movement. And today is the payoff, Brian Glenn.
Happens when the fourth turning meets fifth generation warfare.
A commentator, international social media sensation, and former Navy intelligence veteran.
This is Human Events with your host, Jack Posobiec.
Christ is king.
All right, Jack Posobiec. I'm here with Kevin Posobiec, and we are at the March for Life. What's going on, Kev?
How you doing? Yeah, it's good to be here.
A little warmer today than it was on Monday, Sure is. So warmed up a bit here in Washington, D.C. We are outside, and we are surrounded by, I mean, there are tens of thousands of people here. We haven't been able to.
I can't even see the end of the crowd.
I can't even see the end of the crowd.
So many different color hats. It's great to see the groups and people young and old, families.
A lot of Trump hats, by the way. A lot of Trump gear that I'm seeing.
Yep.
Now that we're in town.
Yep.
Knights of Columbus, and then other people having different hats from either the schools they're from, or
great
I see
signs.
the Chaldean
Lots
Catholics over there, like Alina Haba. I see, just different Catholic groups.
God will not be mocked.
Different groups are out, and of course we've got God will not be mocked. I love that. God will not be mocked. That's so perfect. Kevin, what do you think is the importance of having J.D. Vance come in today? Because that was the big news. That's why all the Secret Service are out. We didn't know that until late last night that J.D. Vance would actually be a surprise speaker here today. How important is it that the White House is sending someone as high profile as the vice president here?
Well, I think it's important because he has been outspoken on the campaign trail as being a Catholic, for one, and we support life more, maybe not more than other denominations, but he's certainly taken a stand for it, and it's going to be great to see him speak. We saw him at the prayer service just past Tuesday, rolling his eyes and everything with our bishopess.
Well, yeah, so that's right. So here we go. We started this week with the president's inauguration. Then you and I were actually at the bishopess's woke sermon at the National Prayer Service. We were sitting really just to the left of J.D. Vance and President Trump there in the aisle. And we were with Michael Knowles and Nate Fisher and some folks. So juxtapose that going from the woke sermon here to the March for Life.
Of course, yeah. And,
wait. Wait, where's she? Where's she?
Where's the bishopess?
Where's the
I don't know.
bishopess today? Where's she at?
Probably at some coffee
Where's
shop.
she at?
Now.
I don't see her.
She's probably giving some
Oh,
Bible study at a coffee
LGBT
shop.
coffee shop?
Yeah,
With
giving
the
a Bible
kids,
study there.
Trans kids. Oh, but she can't show up for the
That's
March
right.
for Life.
No.
What's that about?
I don't know.
What's
I
that
don't know.
about?
She should be a speaker, huh? She was a speaker
Why
there.
don't you come on out? You wanna talk? You wanna have a platform? There's a platform right there. Why don't you come out and talk there, Bishop S?
No, Jay.
Why don't you come out and talk, Bishop Booty? Bishop Booty, why don't you come on out to the March for Life?
Oh, Marianne.
And address everyone.
Where you at, Marianne?
Here. Come on down. And Kevin, talk to me as well about the idea of Christians and believers coming out on a day like this, a huge show of force, and taking up space. Is it important for Christians to take up space in the public square like we're doing today?
Absolutely, and that's the theme of the march today. Is why we march. We march because we want to take up space, protect the dignity of every life. We're coming for an America First agenda, and that starts with the young. We want to invest in our nation, for one, and that includes a pro-life environment and a pro-family environment and pro-education environment, and fostering that is what is on the agenda.
Well, and for so long though, Christians, I feel like they'll do the, they'll go to mass, they'll go to church on Sunday, but when they're going throughout the rest of their day, they don't really talk about it in public. They might say a little prayer before they eat, but silently to themselves. They're not doing the sign of the cross in public. They're not saying grace in public. They're not doing any of those things in public. So that's why I got to say that you need to become a public Christian. I was saying at America Fest earlier this year, you must become a Linus Christian. Remember Linus?
Yes.
In Peanuts? He gets
Yes.
right up there and say, what's the meaning of Christmas? And he's like, boom,
Starts
gospel
quoting
Luke.
Luke.
Let's go.
Yep. Starts
Let's
quoting
go.
Luke. Yeah, it's important to be Christian in public. You'll be known by your fruits, and that's what I, for one, want to lead by example with. And I always fall short myself, but we try our best. We're here today, just to prove that we are supporters of pro-life, and it comes with also, I was going to say, like a culture of life. What happens before birth and after birth with husbands and wives, or if they're not married yet,
That's right, and that's what the America First movement is all about. That's why J.D. Vance is working to make the pro-life movement into be a pro-family unit.
America has the greatest economy in the world, but I think most of us would agree we have a problem. The cost of almost everything is up. Home prices, rent, food, insurance. Every sector has taken a hit, including automotive. More Americans are keeping their cars for longer, including me. And one way that we can make life more affordable is CarShield, America's #1 auto protection company.
CarShield's rated A+ with the Better Business Bureau and named America's most trusted auto protection company.
With CarShield, drivers could save thousands on covered parts and systems like your engine, transmission, entertainment system, and more. It's the protection that I trust, just like these other happy customers.
With CarShield, saving the $2,700 has been a real blessing. I love CarShield. It is my lifeline.
Our life as nurses, we just step up and we help people, and it's really nice when somebody steps up and helped us. If our car breaks down, CarShield administrators have our back.
If your car's out of warranty, it's not a matter of if it'll break down, but when. Call CarShield before it's too late and protect yourself from expensive car repairs.
CarShield is ready to help year-round nationwide with thousands of vetted shops to choose from, or their concierge service to help you find a mechanic near you. Unlike other companies, they don't just send you to the cheapest place in town. I trust CarShield, and so should you.
I have filed a total of over 5 claims, and my price from when I signed up never went up, and with the age of my car, that is security.
CarShield is a U.S. company supporting hardworking Americans save over $1 billion in expensive auto repair costs. More of us are keeping our cars for longer, so give CarShield a call now before a breakdown happens. Call now.
Call CarShield now before a breakdown and see how they're saving drivers money on covered auto repairs. Call 800-635-5126. 800-635-5126.
Today, they talk about influencers. These are influencers, and they're friends of mine. Jack Sobek. Where's Jack? Jack, he's done a great job.
The Senate will vote today on the confirmation of the president's embattled pick for Defense Secretary, Pete Hegseth. The former Fox News host passed a procedural vote on Thursday, despite 2 Republicans joining all the Democrats in opposition. That started the clock on a maximum of 30 hours of debate, meaning the vote may not happen until this evening.
North Carolina has been a horrible thing, the way that's been allowed to fester, and we're going to get it fixed up. Should have been done months ago from the hurricane that took place almost 4 months ago. North Carolina has been treated very badly.
Funding to Los Angeles because of its sanctuary city policy.
I want to see 2 things in Los Angeles: voter ID, so that the people have a chance to vote, and I want to see the water be released and come down into Los Angeles and throughout the state.
I'll also be signing an executive order to begin the process of fundamentally reforming and overhauling FEMA, or maybe getting rid of FEMA. I think, frankly, FEMA is not good.
President Trump signed an executive order today declassifying files relating to the assassinations of President John F. Kennedy, Robert F. Kennedy, and Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.
New images coming into CNN shedding light on the speed of President Trump implementing his immigration agenda. The White House has just released these images. Migrants lined up, handcuffed, and led onto a military aircraft.
President Trump has pardoned some anti-abortion activists who were convicted of blocking the entrances to women's clinics that perform abortions. His action comes ahead of today's March for Life by anti-abortion activists in Washington, D.C.
Next, we have a set of pardons for peaceful pro-life protesters who were prosecuted by the Biden administration for exercising their First Amendment rights.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Well, as you may recognize my background, you can see that I'm not in my normal studio. I don't know if anybody recognizes this particular studio with this particular mantelpiece. I don't know. You might recognize it from somewhere. Make sure you get out your number 2 pencil and write it down. Massive news that's going on around the world, both here in D.C., down at the southern border, and then also, of course, on the ground in North Carolina. We are here, my brother and I, up at the March for Life. I just stepped inside here. Kevin is going to be coming up soon at the Supreme Court, so we're going to go back to him in a minute to explain that to you. The 82nd Airborne, the 10th Mountain Division, now getting underway. The U.S. Marine Corps already up at the southern border. We're already seeing the V-22 Ospreys. They're flying about, and they're begun the patrols of the border. We are militarizing the border. What did you think America First meant? Did you think it meant essays, vibes? No. And I hear Jim Acosta up there saying, oh, these poor migrants, and they've been arrested, and they're being led away in chains on these deportation flights. Cry more, Jim. This is what the American people voted for. This is what won at the ballot box. These invaders in our country will be sent out. They don't have to go home, but they can't stay here, because it's about America first from now on. America first. And part of America First is making sure that we keep our families safe. It makes sure that we keep our cities safe, we keep our nation safe. So another part of that, of course, is protecting those who are the most vulnerable. Those who are the most vulnerable. President Trump, Melania as well, the First Lady, they're out there, they're reviewing the Hurricane Helene hit areas in western North Carolina that had been completely abandoned by the Democrats, completely abandoned by Joe Biden and others. And by the way, think about this. Whether it's the Army Corps of Engineers that President Trump is ordering into North Carolina, or it's President Trump ordering the military to our southern border, just remember something. This could have been done at any time. The President of the United States always had this power. Why didn't they do it before? Why didn't they think it was interesting? Because they hate you. because this was being done deliberately. The point of a system is what it does. How many times do I have to tell you this over and over and over? The point of a system is what it does. But while President Trump is down there surveying the scenes, he's making his way over to California here in just a bit. We've also got J.D. Vance covering I love this, double duty. You got the president and the first lady down North Carolina. J.D. Vance just spoke here in Washington, D.C., his first public appearance as the vice president. And what's he doing? He's addressing the March for Life. Let's play the clip.
Yesterday, President Trump issued a strong endorsement of the Born Alive Abortion Act, ensuring that those babies who survived botched abortions enjoy the equal protection under law, which is the obligation of every citizen to enjoy in this country. With his return to office, no longer will the federal government direct FBI raids on the homes of people like Mark Houck and other Catholic and Christian activists who are fighting for the unborn every single day. And no longer will our government throw pro-life protesters and activists, elderly, grandparents, or anybody else in prison. It stopped on Monday, and we're not going to let it come back to this country. Instead, and I know you all saw the news,
And there you go. There's J.D. Vance giving a command performance up there at the March for Life. We just were there earlier. We also had Majority Leader Thune, who was there. Speaker Johnson, Governor Ron DeSantis as well of Florida got up and spoke. By the way, Senator Thune, we're going to be looking to you later today as who? Pete Hegseth cruises in. He's coming down. C-130 on the landing strip, right? Pete Hegseth's nomination is coming in for a landing this very evening. Just about 7 hours to go. Pete Hegseth, a few feet from where I'm sitting right now in the war room, will be confirmed as your Secretary of Defense. And the real question is, so we know Murkowski and Collins are out, but we also know that there hasn't been too much pressure. The real question is McConnell. Is Mitch McConnell going to do the right thing and vote for Pete Hegseth? Or is he going to drag J.D. Vance and the entire MAGA movement through the motions and come in here and say that he needs J.D. Vance to come in, so in a 50-50 split, J.D. Vance would come down as the tiebreaker? That's the real question. The real question is Mitch McConnell going to do the right thing? Look, President Trump won the election in resounding fashion. This was a historic landslide, the hardest election that anyone in the country has ever faced. And he won. Show me another president that had to be on trial while running for president at the same time, Mitch. You can't do it. It doesn't exist. Show me a president who had to stand trial, face 2 assassination attempts, almost be shot in the head with a bullet grazing your ear, and then going on to win. It's never happened before. It's never happened before in American history, and I pray to God that it never happens again, by the way. But the only man who could do that and face it and survive and be victorious is Donald J. Trump. And Donald J. Trump has earned the right and has earned the votes of the people of this country to receive his nominees and to receive his cabinet. And it's on him. It is on him whether or not those nominees do well or not. But the fact of the matter remains, Pete is getting across the finish line. And then who's next week? Next week, we've got the hearings for who? Tulsi, RFK, Cash. Boom, boom, boom. Vote scheduled. Pam Bondi. Let's go. Let's do all of it. Marco's in there. Then you got Hegseth. What you're seeing, folks, is President Trump is putting out his players on the field. He's setting the table. The America First agenda and the America First policy that we all voted for, that we all worked so hard for, that we fought so hard for almost 10 years. This July will be 10 years. And so from that, 10 years on, everything that he spoke of, turning back the mass immigration, shutting down the border, which you're seeing him do in dominant fashion right now on the southern border, all of that will be done. All of that will come to pass. but it's been through every single inch of the way. It's been a fight. Through every trench, through the barbed wire, through the artillery, through the bombs, through the shells, through every piece of it. President Trump has led this movement across no man's land. And now it's time to pay the piper. Now it's time for everyone to understand what America First truly means. It means putting the people of this country before anyone else, before any interest, foreign interest, before any corporate interest, before any special interest. No, the people of the United States of America come first. The people who are citizens now. President Trump is a uniter. And people are talking about, oh, he wants unity. He's got the purple tie, blue plus red. You want unity? Unite behind Donald Trump. Unite behind the American people. And we were out there with the woke bishopess on Tuesday. Now, I'd much rather be at the March for Life than face her again. It was ridiculous. It was a sham. Scott Bessent, by the way, has already called for a public apology, and she should publicly apologize. But then I would also point out that Scott Bessent, as the Secretary of the Treasury, by the way, National Cathedral, is also the person who's in charge of what? Oh, that's right, the IRS. And the IRS is in charge of tax-exempt status. So you might want to be a little careful there, Bishopess. You might want to actually listen to Scott Bessent, because when he's the Secretary of the Treasury who's reviewing that paperwork, check a couple, three things, maybe, just maybe, there's going to be some issues with your tax-exempt status when Scott Bessent goes to put forward. Maybe you don't want him looking into that data so much. Maybe you don't want him looking over those papers. The choice is yours. Do you want to put yourself first, or do you want to put the country first? It's as simple as that, and it's the same choice that everyone in this town and in this former administration gets to make. We'll be right back.
This is our last chance to help save thousands of Holocaust survivors who are suffering in the former Soviet Union today. The needs that these forgotten Jews have are something beyond anything you can imagine.
Have you eaten this morning?
I ate the carrot, so I ate half of it yesterday. And this is what she ate in 2 days, 1 carrot. Please pray for me.
The International Fellowship of Christians and Jews began this ministry to help elderly Jews living in horrible poverty around the world. We urgently need your gift of $25 now to help provide one survival food box with all of the foods they critically need for their diet for 1 month. When you call right now, your gift's impact will be doubled to help save lives.
I have a tremendous love for Israel and the Jewish people. This is why I'm partnering with the fellowship. It gives me a way to authentically bless Jewish people in need around the world.
I believe in God, but I sometimes feel maybe He forgot me. Perhaps you could tell my story, and I would find a matching soul that would understand. I face hunger again.
Please don't delay. Call, scan, or go online now to help rush one survival food box to a Holocaust survivor. When you call right now, your gift's impact will be doubled to help save lives.
This is what God wants from us. Just feed the hungry.
If you hear God's voice, I'm asking you to act now. Do it when it's on your heart. I pray that they'll know in their final months that they're not alone.
When I'm working long hours, I'm always listening to Human Events with Jack Posobiec.
All right, Jack Posobiec, we are back live. I want to say thank you, by the way, to Steve Bannon for giving us the use of the War Room today while we're covering the March for Life. Also to the Real America's Voice team for running around with us. A lot of moving parts today. By the way, huge shout out to Brian Glenn and the team that are traveling with the president today. They were on the ground in North Carolina. They're going to be traveling as well to California, I believe. And then also the folks that are helping us to just really run through the battle rhythm to be able to let us host and cover the March for Life in the fashion that's allowing you, the viewer at home, to come right into it. Look, I get it. People work, people got stuff to do. You can't go to all these events. You can't be everywhere. So what we're trying to do is give you that look, to give you that feel through our coverage, to let you know what it's like to be there your very self. And so a huge shout out to Real America's Voice, to the RAV team, because they're doing a fantastic job today, one of the best jobs that I have ever seen. Real quick, and remember, folks, you've got to go out, support our sponsors, because they allow us to be able to do things like this, the special coverage, the moving parts, all of it. Please go and support our sponsors. That's what that's what puts the juice in the machine, okay? If it's not for them, the lights don't turn on. So listen up. I'm about to put you onto something that'll change the way you start your day. Blackout Coffee, it isn't just coffee. It's a wake-up call, a call to rise and grind, push harder, and to never compromise on what you stand for. It isn't your average cup of joe. Every bag of Blackout Coffee is roasted with purpose, packed with bold flavor, and fueled by the kind of values that built this country. Grit, determination, and a refusal to back down. They don't just make coffee, they make a statement. Blackout Coffee is stepping up, adding more warriors to get your orders out faster than ever before. So when you hit the order now button, you know your coffee's coming fresh and ready to fuel your next move. Whether you're powering through the daily grind, chasing big goals, or just refusing to settle for mediocrity, Blackout Coffee's got your back. Don't just drink coffee, drink Blackout. Go to blackoutcoffee.com/POSO and use promo code POSO for 20% off your first order. Taste the coffee that doesn't just wake you up, it fires you up. That's blackoutcoffee.com/POSO. Let's go. And so this is something that, look, we all got to understand this. We all have to understand where we're at. We're working on getting Kevin up. Producers, let me know as soon as we got the shot going. We got it all up there. But folks, we are working on the project now. We are no longer in the pre-planning phase. Now is the execution phase, okay? And the execution phase is actually harder than the pre-planning phase. It is, as a matter of fact. Why? Because everyone's got a plan until you get punched in the face. So understand, the execution is everything. Logistics, logistics, logistics. Amateurs talk strategy, professionals talk logistics. What does that mean? That means that you have to be able to execute, to fire on all pistons. You have to be able to pull down into your bench depth, and you have to come up with the full court press. That's why you're seeing President Trump and the new administration push forward on this absolute flood the zone strategy. The flood the zone strategy is fantastic. I hope they continue it. More pardons, more executive orders, more military to the border, more deportations every single day. You're moving so fast, the media cannot keep up. I'm told that we do have Kevin Posobiec now, right there on the right there in front of the Supreme Court. Kevin, can you hear me?
Yeah, you're so close to it. Okay. Hey, Jack, what's going on? Yes, I can hear you.
I can't hear you. So tell me.
I can hear you, Jack.
I can't exactly see what's behind you there. Walk us through what's going on.
Sure. So to my right here is the Supreme Court, and behind me, what I thought were protesters, but it's actually just pro-life Democrats. And they're shouting, but they have some interesting colors on today. And behind me is the actual March for Life. They're filing in just now, actually. They took a detour this year around the reflection pool of the Capitol. And, yeah, it's great to see. I just uploaded some videos online of it's just like thousands of people, a sea of people, and they're just coming in now. And it's really cool to see. The weather's great, and people are, as you can see, in groups, church groups here, student groups here. It's pretty cool so far.
That's amazing. So the March for Life, I know they ended up getting started a little bit later this year due to the speech from J.D. Vance. But of course, J.D. Vance really showing the fact that this is going to be a continuation of the most pro-life administration that we've ever seen, that being the 45-47 administration in totality. Obviously, the locking up of pro-lifers, something that Speaker Johnson was able to mention from the stage while you and I were there earlier today. That's something that was really went over well with the crowd. Kevin, give us a sense, though, when you were down at the crowd earlier, and I understand people are starting to fill in, the march is coming through. What was your sense in terms of the people? What was the vibe like? Where were people coming from? What did you see?
The vibes were great. I mean, like I said, there's people young and old, families. There's complete sense of security and, just passion. I mean, we had the Dobbs decision come down like 2.5 years ago. So the theme today is like, why do we march? And we continue to march because, it went back to the states. So we have to take the fight to the states now. And I like what JD was saying about, people are just still going to have babies. We want to have more babies. We want to have an environment in this nation to create new families. So we want to have that action followed through with, and we have all the freedom to do it and all the support to do it now more than ever, which is like funding for diapers, funding for young families, for food, housing assistance even, and just general support of it. And from a moral standpoint, everybody's very highly spirited, off the win. We have the mandate. Let's go.
Well, I couldn't agree more. Kevin, is now, do you have the ability there? I know the march is still coming up. Do you have the ability to be able to interview some of the marchers? Does anybody want to come on and say hi and to the Real America's Voice audience here on Human Events and let people know what they're out and why they came down to D.C. today?
Sure. Let me see if I can get one of these Democrats. You want to come on for a second? Okay, let's see. Make it interesting. Hey, so what brings you out today? I didn't know if you were going to cause a ruckus here at the protest or...
Of course we're going to cause a ruckus. We're going to cause some good ruckus because we are the progressive anti-abortion uprising.
Okay. Can you tell me a little more about like what your vision is or your goals?
Yeah, absolutely. So we believe in a world without abortion.
Right.
We want to make birth free. We want to support women and families and children who exist, but also those who are in the womb. We don't want to give those who are in the womb the death penalty just for existing.
That's amazing.
Thank you.
Yeah, I saw the hair. I mean, I'm from Philadelphia, and whenever I see pink hair like that, I don't know. I think we wouldn't really get along. But that's interesting to see here.
Well, listen, there's all types of people in the world, right?
Yeah.
And so the reason that we're here is because we're all anti-abortion. So we want to gather as many people that we can. Doesn't matter your background, doesn't matter your religion, doesn't matter your sexuality, doesn't matter your race. We're here to end abortion. Beyond that, we'll talk. But let's start with ending abortion, and then we'll move past it into what you want to talk about. Right?
Very cool, very cool. Hey, Savannah. Let me see. I got another friend here, Savannah. See if she can give a word.
Anti.
We got Savannah Craven here.
Interesting.
Hi, everyone. How are you?
Yeah. Do you want to say a few words? We're live now on Human Events Daily. Savannah Craven from New York.
Yes, I'm from New York, and we're out here today. We are at the March for Life at SCOTUS, and we're standing up for these little guys, the over 65 million babies who have been brutally murdered in this country through abortion for the past 52 years, and it's been amazing. We had our new vice president speak. We had a great little message from Trump, so it's a great day.
Oh, how was that? I caught some of JD's clips, but what did Trump say? Did anything stand out?
He said that he was very proud of us and that he totally believes and supports the pro-life movement, which is great.
He was the first president to come down.
Yes, it's a beautiful thing to have a president who supports Americans even before they're born.
That's right. Well, it's so nice to see you. Always nice to see you. And,
Thank you.
Yeah, appreciate what you're doing. You're not with them, are you?
No, I'm down there with Students for Life. These are my friends too. I love every pro-life person.
Very good. I like it. Yeah, so as you can see, there's a full spectrum of people here in attendance. And I got to say also, Jack, the TFP, Tradition Family Property, was down here. The pipe band, welcome in the march coming in. That was epic to see. And then even they started playing the Salve Regina on the bagpipes with the drums. I had to run up here to get it, so hopefully somebody's got content on that. I never heard that rendition before, but it was pretty moving. And then the whole crowd started to sing, Salve, Salve, Salve Regina. So, okay, now we have, what's this, St. Pius V, traditional Roman Catholic chapel and school out of Long Island. Yeah, so lots of high schools, grade schools, obviously. It's great to see. I mean, the new generation, man, we're going to have a boom. This is always incredible to see. Very incredible. Look at that giant cross. Love to see it. What else do we have going on here? Let me see if I can get some other people going. Excuse me. Excuse me. Well, yeah, we have. What do we have here? Equal rights for babies in the womb. We're coming up on a break here in about a. Sure.
We only got 1 minute.
Say you want to say a couple words?
Here's what we'll do. Oh, go ahead. Get her on.
Coming a lot of years, and I love family life, and I think that
where are you from?
Morristown, New Jersey.
Morristown, New Jersey. Okay, yes. Very cool.
So thank you, for being here. And
welcome.
We're praying for our enemies over here. How come so few people get such a big voice? It's a mystery. But they're saying that...
Well, we got to give a voice to the unborn. That's why we're here.
Yeah, but I mean, they're saying abortion's unstoppable, and so death is also an inevitable, but that doesn't mean we want
Death's inevitable, but we're here to represent a culture of life.
Yeah, definitely. So we're definitely...
How many years have you been coming?
Like since 1977.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
77.
So, yes, like
how about it?
Amazing. All right, Kev, we're going to a quick break. Let's get some of those set up for the next one on between Kevin Posobiec and Jack Posobiec here live at the March for Life. We'll be right back.
Fellow Americans, did you know a war is being waged right now for how you spend your hard-earned dollars? Over 100 countries worldwide are preparing to switch to a digital currency. Now, this means cash will be replaced by money governments can monitor and track. This tracking makes it possible to collect data from every purchase you make and the ability to decide what you can buy and when you can buy it. What's more, your assets can be frozen or even seized. I'm appalled at such an assault on financial privacy. My friends at Swiss America have a report called The Secret War on Cash with an action plan to protect your financial privacy. So please, call or text the number on your screen for a free copy. With the growing reality of a government-backed digital currency, the time to act is now. So call or text the number on your screen for your free Secret War report.
America is celebrating the start of President Trump's second term. Now, for a limited time, you can get the Kid's Guide to President Trump and a limited edition collectible pin for free. Hurry, supplies are very limited. Visit freetrumpbundle.com now. That's freetrumpbundle.com.
If your car's out of warranty, your next breakdown could cost thousands, unless you have endurance.
They covered a $14,000 engine replacement.
Just 2 claims saved us over $1,700.
I've had 5 claims, and that is $3,500 that I've kept in my pocket.
So, who's going to pay for your next car repair? You or Endurance?
Call right now to get $300 off any plan.
Call 1-800-208-0025 now.
Kevin paid off over $12,000 in credit card debt with the help of Consolidated Credit. They cut his interest rates and lowered his payments so he could pay off his debt fast. Call 800-596-8062 for a free consultation.
And Jack, where's Jack? Where's Jack? Where is he? Jack, I want to see you. Great job, Jack. Thank you. What a job you do. You know, we have an incredible thing. We're always talking about the fake news and the bad, but we have guys, and these are the guys who should be getting Pulitzers.
All right, Jack Posobiec back live. I am on Human Events Daily. Thank you to Steve Bannon for letting us the use of the War Room. I want to go back live now to Kevin Posobiec, who is at the Supreme Court covering the March for Life. Kevin, how's it going down there?
Hey, what's going on, Jack? We got the full March for Life coming in now. We got everybody coming in with the flags, and yeah, it's amazing. Sir, got anything to say? Anything to say? We got Life is Precious. We got the Supreme Court in the background here. Let's see, what else do we have? W for Life. Feminine equals pro-life. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. We got a young man with three kids. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We're live on air right now. You got anything to say?
Nope. Just keep it up.
All right. Appreciate the support. Always good to get recognized. Sir, you have anything to say? 40 Days for Life. Okay, that's very good. That's a great company anyway. 40 Days for Life. They pray outside of abortion clinics 40 days in a row. I've participated in that past several years. And hey, how you doing? You want to give me a couple words, Peacemaker? Go on air.
How you doing?
Have anything to say for March for Life?
I'm just thankful my mom chose life 36 years ago.
Okay. Yeah, simple enough. Simple and easy. Where are you from?
Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
Oh, no way. Me too. I could tell by your accent.
She is too. So.
Oh, okay.
Her mom chose life for her too.
That's right. All our moms did. What's your name, sir?
Mickey Kelly.
Oh, Mickey. Wait. Catholic Philadelphia?
Yes, sir.
Kevin Posobiec.
Kevin, how's it going?
How about it? Yeah, we're live. We're live on air right now with Human Events.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Give us a few words. I know you do a lot of podcasts and whatnot, Mickey.
Sure. Well, my first March for Life was around this time in 2009, and at the time Barack Obama was there, and I just remember that I was in the midst of a culture change where I wanted to be a part of something that was bigger than myself, and the pro-life movement was it. And I participated in the pro-life vigils every week outside of Philadelphia Women's Center, Planned Parenthood, and I've been around some heroic heroes. Some of them have gone to their eternal reward. And I just want to say to the young people out there, if you're scared, don't be. You're needed now more than ever. And as we were reminded, we need a courageous faith that will change the tide of this world. We need a courageous faith that would build a culture of life from womb to tomb. We need every people of faith to step into the breach, step out into the trenches and defend life, especially at the most vulnerable stage. And I just say to my brothers and sisters out there, don't be afraid. You are needed now more than ever. Whether it be writing, praying, whatever it takes, we need you.
Amen, Mickey. Listen, I can credit to your story, man. I know what it's like down in Kensington area, and these people need help. You know, the abortions that happen down there are just atrocious. Planned Parenthood down there in Philadelphia, how it's run. It's amazing the work that you do, brother. We never met in person. Jack had a word for that. What's it called when you're friends online and then you meet in person the first time? I forget what that is.
IRL.
Anyway, I'll let you go. And congratulations, you just got engaged.
This is my fiance.
Yeah, you just got. See, they just got engaged too. How about that?
June 13th.
Alrighty. Just IRL. Hey, well, take care, brother.
You too, man.
Yeah, I'll be around. So we'll link up.
Sounds good.
Look at that. Okay, who else we got here? Say what? Anybody? Let's see here. We got the White Rose Resistance with Seth Gruber. I seen Seth earlier, and he had a great life or death conference last night. It's very good to attend. That guy's sharp, on fire. He's got so much pro-life facts like down pat. It's amazing. Excuse me. Let's see. Real. Say, buddy. Hey, buddy, you want to give us a few words here?
What?
You would give us a few words here?
Yeah, I'd love to.
Okay, cool. What's your name, brother?
My name's Lucas McPhee.
Lucas, all right.
Yeah.
What brings you out today? Is it your first march?
Yeah, this is my first march. Look,
wow, okay.
I love life, I love Jesus Christ, and I love America. And may I show
Yeah,
this?
what you got? Oh, you sure can. What you got there?
This is the holy face.
The holy face of Jesus. Look at
The
that.
face of Jesus Christ.
Incredible.
Let's go.
ICXCNIKA. Christ conquers.
Christ conquers.
Yes.
Amen. Amen. I like that.
Yeah.
Hopefully I keep seeing, it's a little windbreaker. A little Jesus windbreaker.
Sorry?
Nothing. What were you saying?
Where can I watch this?
This is Human Events Daily with Jack Posobiec. I'm his brother Kevin.
Okay. Well.
And I'm co-hosting for today, but you can find us on Rumble, Twitter, Instagram. Yep.
Yeah, any other questions?
No, just getting some input. Enjoy your first time, man.
Thank you so much.
See you again. Thanks for doing it. So yeah, you got people here since 1977. You got people here for the first time. You got. Yeah, come on, young man.
Awesome.
What's your name?
I'm Liam. It's nice to meet you.
Liam, that's a great name. Kevin.
Thank you, Kevin. Kevin.
Where you from, Detroit?
I'm from Detroit, yeah. I'm a suburb of Detroit, correct.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Well, just for the record, I'm not actually a Knight of Columbus, but I heavily support them. And if I was called on, I'm just kidding. I don't know. Sometimes people wear their hats just because they like the team.
Okay.
So what brings you out? Is it your first time?
No, so I'm a senior for my club, and I've been out here a couple times before. But yeah, it's just awesome being out here to see everybody supporting the pro-life cause. It's really cool.
Okay. Yep. Okay. What are you studying?
I'm currently a senior in high school, and so I'm just wrapping up my high school degree right now. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Cool. So what high school? You're here at the high school then?
I am. Yeah.
Okay. Great.
All right, awesome. Well, thank you so much for your time. Do you know where I can be able to see this?
Yep. You can find us on Twitter, Instagram, and Rumble.
Okay.
Human Events Daily with Jack Posobiec.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much.
All right, Liam. All right. All right. So, there's a lot of people. Oh, look at this young man. Yes, sir.
What's the guy's name? I think he's part of that.
What's the guy's name?
I don't know. I love him. He's been here many times.
Oh, it's me. Kevin Posobiec. No, what's your name?
No, Minister Nero as well. Father Minister Nero.
We're live right now. You have anything to say for the audience?
Now, you want to ask me some questions?
No. Well, what brings you out?
No. Okay. Well, we are here because I started here in 1973. I grew up down the street. I've been here all my life. I'm from Dragon City.
Okay.
Do you know where Dragon City is?
No.
What's the initials for Dragon City?
DC.
Okay.
Yeah.
In the book of Revelation 12, they say the dragon would devour the child.
Okay.
Don't get me started.
It's Dragon City. Okay. Well, what's one thing that you want to see that you haven't seen here before? This can't be your first time.
I've been coming here since 1973.
1973. Okay.
I'm born and raised here.
Okay. Very good. Very good. All right. Well, thanks. I mean, appreciate you coming out.
I can't think of the guy's name.
Steve Bannon? Steve Bannon?
No, I know about Steve Bannon.
Charlie Kirk. Jack Posobiec.
What's the guy's name?
I don't know.
I'm sorry.
There's so many people. It's all good. Enjoy.
I love Steve Bannon, though, okay?
Oh, we all do. We all do. So, let's see what else we got over here. Hey, how you doing, buddy? Can I get a little interview with you?
Yeah, sure, bro. What's good?
All right. What's your name?
My name's Adam.
Adam, tell me about your sign here.
So this is Luke 1, and it's when Sarah's talking to Mary, and she says, "The baby in my womb leaped for joy."
Okay, let's hold the camera here. For behold, when the sound of your greeting came to my ears, the baby in my womb leaped for joy. Luke 1. Jack was just talking about Linus from Peanuts, how he quotes Luke for Christmas. So where are you from?
I'm from Boston, actually. From
Boston,
Hyde Park,
okay.
Yeah.
You look like you're from Boston.
I'll take it. I was actually born in Ohio, but I'll take it. I'll take it.
Is this your first time here?
First time in the march, yeah.
Congratulations. You're here with your whole...
Yeah.
Let's get... Where y'all from?
So we all go to BTA in Hyde Park, and we have a pro-life
Okay.
that we just
right on.
started. Yeah.
Well, thanks so much.
Yeah, totally.
Let's get a shot of here. Let's get a shot of this banner here. Look at this. Throw it up one time. Christ is Lord. Christ is Lord. Now we're starting to sing. So tune in. Come on down here. Sing with us. Chant with us. Great to be here. A beautiful crowd. beautiful weather.
We'll be right back, folks. Human Events Daily, Real America's Voice. Kevin Posobiec reporting live from the March for Life in Washington, D.C. 2025. The golden age has begun.
My time in the Army taught me to be resourceful, and it also taught me redundancy. So many ways to make fire, many ways to protect oneself, and many ways to make light. With protection being one, I have to go with CarShield.
CarShield is America's #1 auto protection company. With a plan through CarShield, you're good to go.
In the military, there are entire divisions that are there to maintain our military vehicles. And so like CarShield, they have their team that I can rely on for protection.
Best of all, you'll get access to CarShield's concierge service, who can even help you find a mechanic near you.
I went with CarShield because of the reputation. I wanted to go with the best, and that's why I chose CarShield. It was important that CarShield had a plan to protect my four-wheel drive SUV. With CarShield, when I filed claims, it's effortless. I just pay my deductible, and it's all taken care of. My 3 claims have included my radiator, my water pump, my thermostat. With CarShield, I am covered. With CarShield, saving the $2,700 has been a real blessing. I love CarShield. It is my lifeline.
Plans through CarShield also include many extra benefits like 24/7 roadside assistance, courtesy towing, flat or damaged tires, lockouts, and rental car options.
Protecting myself with CarShield, I'm able to stay on the road longer. I'm able to get to and from my clients, which is very important to me. They rely on me. So with CarShield, I have unlimited miles, and I'm able to have my car taken care of in a timely manner. Protecting my car with CarShield is one less thing to worry about in life. My favorite road trip would be on a nice long journey between here and California and just take that mental vacation. With CarShield's nationwide coverage, I'm protected. If you've got an older vehicle that's got some miles on it, get yourself protected with CarShield. You won't regret it.
CarShield's rated A+ with the Better Business Bureau and named America's most trusted auto protection company. It's time to call CarShield now. Call 800-590-8523. 800-590-8523. 800-590-8523.
Jack is a great guy. He's written a fantastic book. Everybody's talking about it. Go get it. And he's been my friend right from the beginning of this whole beautiful event. And we're going to turn it around and make our country great again. Amen.
All right, let's go back to Kevin Posobiec live at the March for Life in Washington, D.C. on the steps of the United States Supreme Court. Kevin, who you got there?
All right, welcome back. We're down here with some Midwesterners. They say Midwest is the best. So let's find out. What are your names?
I'm Aubrey. I'm Claire. I'm Maria.
And what?
Maria,
Claire, and Aubrey. What brings you all out today?
Well, we're a part of our school's pro-life club, and there's a first choice pregnancy center coming to our town that I know the head lady, and she prayed with me before we came here, and just trying to spread the message that, like, we're pro-life.
Okay, so is that like a mobile unit, or it's going to be a permanent property? Or?
It'll be permanent in our town.
Excellent. Okay. So you're here with the whole high school, or?
Just a couple of the members from our club. So we're kind of a small new club still. So we just brought like mostly all of us seniors that run the club, president, vice president, and then we brought just some members here.
Okay, very cool. So how has it been? What made you want to really get involved in pro-life? Like,
for me, it was my parents are immigrants, and when my mom moved here, she had me, and a lot of people would have pushed to tell her to have an abortion because she's in a new country by herself, but she chose to kind of stop because she was going to redo all her medicine. She chose to stop to take care of me and to raise me and my sisters in this new country, and so I think that everyone deserves a chance to life and a chance at.
What country, if you don't mind me asking?
Venezuela.
Venezuela, okay. That's amazing. It's amazing. It's amazing to hear. And what about you? Dark MAGA, the Dark MAGA duo.
I guess it kind of just started with a video that we saw in a class one time about like how abortion really works, and it just kind of.
That's true. We have the science on our side now. The technology is really being able to show like inside the womb and like the heartbeat and all that. Like the whole conversation is changing.
Yeah. I guess like the first first time my parents told me what abortion was, like I literally went and threw up. Like I knew from a young age that it was wrong and evil, and I have a voice, and I want to be able to protect those who don't.
Honestly, that's the thing. It's like, even if you're too young, or if you even don't like understand a different language, if you see a video, you can tell that there is a life inside the womb. You can tell that something's alive. You don't have to go on these diatribes and all these like long extended videos and theories. Like, it's alive. It's alive. It's alive. So, anyways, I appreciate your time with us. Anything more you wanted to say?
I guess just like remember those babies, like you can talk, so talk for them.
Exactly. Yeah, I agree.
Alrighty. Keeping the prayers up for all life, and enjoy your time. Alrighty, let's see who else we got here. Let's see. Hey, you guys want to give a few words from Liberty U? What are your names?
Abby? Reese.
Abby? Reese?
Yeah.
Cool. What is this the club you're with from Liberty?
Yeah, Liberty.
Liberty Stand for Life.
Yeah.
That's down near Lynchburg, Virginia, right? I visited. That's a great campus. Yeah. So what do you have to say? Is this your first time?
It's our first time, both of us.
Incredible.
It's awesome.
Incredible.
We just believe that both the baby and the mama are important in our life and should both be protected by the state.
The baby and the mother.
Yeah.
Okay, right. Yeah, I believe the father should be too. And we have we just have more support than ever, I believe. I've been coming a few years now, and of course the big overturn was 2022, and now everything is going back to the states. So what is it like in Virginia? Are you following closely on all that?
Well, I know that there was just something voted on that is like that protects abortion through all 9 months in Virginia, and I think it just passed in one of the houses, and it's moving to the next one next year. So we're just praying that people will wake up and realize that babies are humans, and location doesn't determine worth.
It's disgusting. It's disgusting because what they don't even care about life. They want to use that for like stem cell research and take babies' bodies apart and just use them for all kinds of vile, evil stuff. Like, we have to take a stand. That's why it's so great to see people from all over the country come out here and make our voices heard. So, any other thoughts about today's rally, or what you guys want to get out of it?
Yeah, we're just happy to be here and stand for life, and I'm praying that this is the last march we have to do, and that abortion will be banned in our country. It's disgusting human rights crisis, and it has to.
I'd like to see the numbers actually from 2025 to 2026, since Trump is in now. How many abortions go down? I'd love to see that. Because I think regardless of the laws, just the vibes, for lack of a better word, like the moral incline from this win, it's going to encourage people. Like, did you guys see JD speak? Like, just people encouraging to return to traditional family values and really just like cut out the BS and just live soberly and just live right, create families. That's what I pray for. I don't know about you guys, but I think it's just much more natural now, and we have the avenue to do so. So I appreciate your time. Enjoy yourselves. Yep. Take care. Okay. So we're going to let's take a little walk here. Let's take a little walk further into the crowd. Hey, how you doing? You want to give a few words? Okay. That's fine. Keep walking here. Let's see. Hello. Would you like to give a few words? Real America's Voice?
I'm sorry, I have to head back to the hotel. I'm so sorry.
Oh, okay, that's fine.
Would you like one of our cards?
Oh, no, thanks. No, I'm live on air right now. That woman in the pink,
Kev,
she was the
out of
she was the host
for
earlier.
the show here. If you want to sign off, I'm sure you can get some more interviews for later. But wanted to say thanks again, Kevin, for all your hard work here. I don't think you can hear me, guys. It's all right. We'll get it out to him. We'll go back to Kevin for later, maybe even throughout the day with Real America's Voice. I want to thank Steve Bannon once again, the Real America's Voice team, Rob and Parker Sig, everyone who helped out behind the scenes today. A lot of moving parts. Great day, great coverage. Go forth and make this country great again. Take up space. Ladies and gentlemen, as always, you have my permission to lay
Vehicle breakdowns are costly.
It started making some really weird noises.
If your check engine light comes on tomorrow, the repair could easily cost thousands.
Is that transmission?
But with Endurance, you could never pay out of pocket for a costly repair again.
They covered a $14,000 engine replacement.
$1,400. Endurance paid it.
Who's going to pay for your next car repair? You